Okay, we will go ahead and call the Amador County SELPA meeting to order. Looks like everybody here is in attendance. Missing Shane? All right. I could
Also
see.
Patty.
And Patty?
Patty serves on the board.
Okay. Oh, here she is. Okay, so Patty is here, but we are missing Shane. Is he coming tonight?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
We do not.
Okay, and so, do we do the pledge here? Do we usually
No,
wait?
we wait.
We'll wait, okay. Doesn't look like we have any public comments on non-agenda items, so we move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on that? No? Okay, then we would need a motion for the consent agenda.
Motion that we pass the consent agenda 7.1.
Second.
Okay, then the roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Jared?
Yes.
Patty?
Yes.
Sadie?
Yes, but I'm not.
You're not emoting. We do this every time.
I appreciate.
We do this every time.
That's okay.
I am also a yes.
Appreciate you voting yes.
But she approved also.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Communications. I don't see our CAC chair here, but we do have Legislative Sharing Day from Dr. Hedegaard.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So each year, the state SELPA, the Special Education Local Plan Area, but our statewide organization, hosts a legislative sharing day in which SELPA representatives and also members from the community advisory committees that they collaborate with are able to participate in. So I'm just sharing this as an informational item. They are again hosting a legislative sharing day at the Capitol in Sacramento, which is very conveniently located for us. We are working with our CAC officers to identify individuals in our community that would be able to join me and participate in this event. It just is a wonderful opportunity to further foster, deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities in special education and also here for our local community. We did participate in this event last year alongside our vice president officer of the CAC. Maya Genley went with me and we had a really nice time. So just sharing this as an information item and making sure you know that we're actively participating.
Awesome, thank you. So we'll go ahead and move on to 9. It doesn't look like we have any action items, but we will move on to item 10, discussion items. Number 1, the compliance and improvement monitoring update with Dr. Hedegaard.
Perfect, thank you. So as I had presented previously, but just to provide some background, the California Department of Education, their special education monitoring framework is a tiered system framework. And so one of the tiers is referred to as our SIM process. Both the county office for Amador, because just as a friendly reminder, we're that unique entity where we are a SELPA and a county office and a unified school district all in one. And so from the eyes of the Department of Education, our county office and our unified school district have been identified as needing to participate in this compliant improvement process. We were initially identified in 2022. And the SIM process outlines the expectation is that then we as a local entity develop a plan that we are going to execute to show improvement over time. And so the process also requires us then to update the Department of Education every 6 months with a progress monitoring on that original plan. So there are 2 attachments this evening. One is on behalf of our County Office of Education and the other is our Unified School District. So they are highlighting our progress update, again, back to the original plan that was drafted and written in 2022. I do want to just highlight, a lot has changed since that time, including myself in my capacity and as well as other leadership positions. So this is the last progress update on that plan. We as a district and as a county office are anticipated to continue to qualify to participate in the SIM process moving forward. But next time that I bring this to you, I'll be presenting you with a new action plan. So we essentially get to now develop a new plan that we're going to see carried forward for the next few years. I do want to just highlight a couple key activities that you would notice in the two attachments that show that the department has made significant progress. The first is that we've completed a review and completely restructured our special education filing system. This includes not only developing a student file template, providing training for our classified team members who manage the system, really the initiation and carrying forward of having an electronic database for our historical files. And we've also then in part coupled with our legal counsel to provide multi-part training to our department in our adult professional learning monthly meetings around writing legally compliant IEPs. So it's intended to establish a foundation of knowledge and information that then we can build off of moving forward. The other one is our SELPA has continued to draft, review, and revise informational sections in our procedural guide that's available online for our community. Currently, we have more than 20 sections, each one on a different special education topic. And then another one that's highlighted that really kind of speaks to where we have data compliance monitoring as well is that we've developed reference documents and coaching support on behalf of providing effective data practices. One data practice in particular that is highlighted in the SIM plan and was called out that we needed to focus on was using the use of our late delay codes. What that means is there's a code that must be entered every time that a special education timeline is not met. It could be the annual wasn't held within the year or assessments weren't completed within a 60-day timeline. And historically, two codes, one being were used extensively, one being late without cause, and two that was just left blank. And so between then the reference documents, the collaboration of our sites, and also the coaching of our two SACE technicians in our office, there has been a decrease in the code 90 used across our district by 26% and a decrease in the blank codes by 35%. There is an actual grid that shows you the specific number of entries, but I just want to highlight this is quite significant within a year's time. And our team and our community should be really proud of the work that they're doing. So last but not least, the third attachment, CDE has confirmed acceptance of the approval of the Unified School District progress report. Without trying to belabor the issue, it's a little bit interesting. We actually only submit the progress update for Unified School District to the Department of Education because the county is expected to submit their update to the SELPA. So again, it's taking advantage of the fact that usually these are three different entities with three different staffs. So, anyways, it's just a little ironic, but anyways, all of our items have been accepted and approved. As I said, we are planning to participate moving forward, and because this is designed as a continuous improvement process, it truly is helpful to us in being able to review and be proactive about our practices. So this is just a discussion item. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have, but I wanted to present those three items to you.
Okay, any questions or comments on this item?
I do. So the code 90 that was called out specifically in the letter, you seem to be gushing with praise for that. And your charts you have on the ACUSD document definitely show a huge improvement from 30 to 8. And so that wasn't a problem on the county side because it said 0 on both.
Correct, yep.
But you had a huge jump down from, number of blank entries. So I just, if it's noteworthy enough to be praised like that by that individual, that is quite the accomplishment. So outstanding.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anybody else, questions or comments?
I have a question. The SIM Plan 2024 Progress Report form, all the way to Activity 2, I believe it was. Hold on, let me see. Correct. High leverage strategy number 2 is stated on the most recent SIM Plan or amendment. This one stood out to, a few of them stood out to me, but this one made me kind of go like, huh? It says, in addition to the above, we are building relationships with our principals so they can be our liaisons to reach out to parents and families in the community to inform them of services we offer. So with that sentence, they don't already do that?
No, they do, but I would say, again, it's kind of one of those continuous improvement pieces. That particular item was really speaking to where we're looking at being able to outreach to our families that are Spanish speaking, that their primary language is a language other than English. And so, but I mean, in all topics of special education, I say that, you know, not everyone comes into those roles with a background in special education. So really just continuously looking at how can we improve our efforts, educate our colleagues, and make sure that then, you know, they being probably the most trusted individuals in the eyes of most parents and have that established relationship just to support them.
And I appreciate that you bring up the Spanish speakers, because the very next sentence of that is, these principals are uniquely qualified as they are bilingual and have relationships in the community.
So that's an interesting point. So this was, yes, I go back to then that this was written in 2022, and so we're not actually able to change the language of the original plan. So that language was used in the original submission of the plan. We have since highlighted then the revisions as far as like investing in our bilingual aid positions, being able to use the interpretation and also translation. But that is something that we will be looking to rectify when we write a new plan next year. Yeah, because I think that was an error.
Okay.
Yeah, that is.
I was going to ask how many in 22 of our principals were bilingual.
I know of one.
Horchak.
Horchak.
Right.
I'm trying to think of the others at the time in 22. Yeah, I think that might have been it.
Right. That's why it stood out to me, because
Yeah.
I was like, huh? But, okay. Thank you.
Right. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Okay. Thank you for that update. And so we'll move on to number 2, the staffing update.
Okay, the next item for our staffing update, the chart attached highlights the staffing levels for both the Unified School District and also the County Office of Education. You will notice in this update, we're including one page for certificated and the other for classified. Just a reminder that the numbers that are highlighted in red reflect a vacancy in the system that either has not been filled by a long-term sub or a contracted partner. And I also just want to highlight too that these numbers are continuously fluctuating, and that's because of both adult need, but also student need. So for example, even since the time these were posted, that I can give you an example that there is a student within the system that now has an adult need that we have posted for one-on-one support. So I do want to just highlight the minute that they're posted, it's almost out of date, but in general, this is an accurate reflection of the vacancies that exist within our system.
So you're saying then that we do have some classified vacancies then, because there's a need to.
We do have one posted on EdJoin right now, yes. But I'm happy, again, this is just an informational item for discussion, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Does anybody have any other questions or comments on this item?
One question I have is related to this. Is there anything coming down the, I guess, the pike as far as future funding impacting these positions?
May I ask you to be a little more specific?
Well,
with your question?
if federal funding is is modified, what kind of impact is that going to be, if any, to our staffing?
Yeah, I mean, I can defer, I saw Robert, you grabbed the mic. I can defer to Robert to be able to chime in. I mean, the reality, I think my perspective is that we don't have enough detail to really speculate at this point. But of course, there would be an impact because we're already significantly underfunded for what the federal government should be providing. But I would turn to Robert in addition to that.
I mean, I thought that was a great answer. I mean, we do have positions that are currently special education that are federally funded. Now, we would need to either find a new source for that, or we'd have to reevaluate, but I would imagine we'd have to find something to replace it.
And in the California County Superintendent's meeting, the opinion was given based on some pretty good authority that any cut in federal funding for IDEA would take at least more than one fiscal year. And so at this point, they've informed us that it is highly unlikely that next fiscal year could be impacted by this. But again, that's not like set in stone either.
Was that meeting before the last 3 weeks?
It was this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Things seem to be moving pretty quickly in other agencies.
This was Monday afternoon. So yeah, it was 2 days ago.
That was my main question is, have you heard anything, and then do we at least have some type of plan in place to use if we do have these impacts that happen?
Yeah, at this time, we do not. I think all of us collectively, for example, tomorrow I will be in Sacramento, Thursday and Friday at the State SELPA Association. I mean, in our commitment as a group of monitoring this and working alongside of a coalition of adequate funding, which, it's just all agencies are monitoring and coming together in order to understand. I would anticipate that this summer we might be able to have more constructive information for you, but yeah, I think just the commitment that we're all monitoring it and developing a plan as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on there?
I have a question. With regard to actively recruiting and EdJoin and so on and so forth, I hate to ask, well, what does that look like? But I do want to ask it because it also pertains to other situations within the district. I know this is the SELPA meeting. So for this in particular, is it kind of like making a post on a website and sitting back to see how many hits we get? Or is it EdJoin does something specific because we are platinum level prescribers and they look out for other platinum level prescribers and notify them? How does that work?
Yeah. What I can say is, we as a district, and I'll defer to Dr. Palazuelos, later on a little bit about that. Of course, we are making plans for recruitment and retention efforts, both locally and participating in other hosted events. For example, we're looking into participating at one at the Folsom Lake College, looking at our classified team members and just inquiring at this point. A lot of them are being scheduled in the spring. At the same time, I will say that, in order to try to get ahead of hiring and looking at, this is an interesting transition period of where we've had vacancies all year that we've been trying to hire for, but the likelihood that somebody's actually interested in joining our workforce for the last 3 months of the school district versus they want to submit their interest for the 25-26 school year. We have posted eligibility pools already for the 25-26 year school year in our critical special education position areas. We've already received a couple applicants and are going through the process. So I would say that's our focus until we have defined and then can market a actual recruiting fair ourselves and or participate in the ones that will be held with our education college educational partners this summer or spring. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We will go ahead and move on to item number 3, the special education local plan area.
All right. So as you may know, the SELPA is one of our main functions is to have the local plan. And so the Amador County Office of Education, the SELPA is, we're preparing right now for the annual process of renewing this local plan document. The attached presentation, which Des has displayed on the screen, is intended to provide some information just regarding the purpose of the local plan, general information, and a timeline for submissions to the Department of Ed. Next slide. Oh, yep, that's right. I get to do my own. On. No. Oh, sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, the purpose of the SELPA plan is, the document itself is literally to provide transparency regarding our continuum of program options that are available in our geographic region. For some reason, the display is a little weird, so I apologize. Yeah, it's, yeah, so on the downloaded copy, the formatting's not quite so funky. But this slide displays then the required sections of a local plan document. The two sections that are highlighted in blue, section D, the annual budget, and then the next one would be the annual service plan. Those are required to be updated annually, and you can expect us to bring those to you. All of the sections, for those board members that are here from last year, all of the sections we updated in the 24-25 school year. So just so you know, for contacts and certifications, governance and administration, those are newly updated as well. And I apologize, because this slide was intended to show a timeline. And so the timeline for implementation, really for drafting, obtaining feedback, and also then presenting to the governing board the 25-26 local plan document. And I apologize because I let my computer go to sleep. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Patty. So we are in the process right now of drafting the local plan. We'll be working both with the CAC as well as hosting a public hearing to obtain the feedback. So it is anticipated that we're going to be bringing you a local plan document for approval on May 7th, which will provide us with ample time in order to meet the June 30th submission deadline to the Department of Education. Again, this is just a discussion item, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but wanted you to be able to anticipate what to expect from us at the next SELPA meeting and a little bit about the purpose of the local plan document if this is a new process to you.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this item? No? Okay.
One comment, and maybe this is oversimplifying, feel free to correct me, but essentially, if I understand it correctly, the SELPA with a plan like this is kind of like the strategic plan for the district, but it's strictly focused on the needs of the special ed portion of things. Is that semi-correct?
Well, I would say that is mostly correct, although I interpret usually a strategic plan being like a forward, planning document. The local plan is really just looking 1 year ahead. So, and that's why the service section has to be updated each year, is because if there's changes in the services, it still would be reflective, so that then, what we'll be presenting to you will really capture what is intended for the 25-26 school year.
Right. So instead of a
Not
3-year
beyond
situation, it's annually.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Hedegaard.
Thank you.
Our next meeting of SELPA will be Wednesday, May 7th, 2025, here at the same building. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. call the Unified School District order to, meeting to order. All board members are here. Shane will be back shortly. We doesn't look like we have any comment cards on closed session for public comment. So with that, we are going to head back into closed session and we will return at 6:30. reconvene from closed session. We do have one report out in closed session. We move to approve item 4B, resolution number 2425-16, release of temporary certificated employees, and it passed a 5-0 vote. So we will go ahead, and then, Mr. Critchfield, are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
Yeah, there are a couple tonight. We will be pulling consent item 3A and bringing that back at a later date.
Okay.
And then also in that same category, 3B, which will become 3A, since 3A has been eliminated, it should not say migrant education, it should say Indian education. That was a typo.
Okay. Okay. So we will go ahead and move into the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we move on to our presentations and recognitions. We are going to start with our challenge coins and preschool and ELOP with Mrs. Cadotte, did I say that correctly, and Mrs. DeWalt.
Good evening, board, cabinet, and audience. Tonight we have this great opportunity to give challenge coins to some of our ELOP and state preschool staff. For state preschool, we have 2 challenge coin awardees. The first one isn't able to come tonight, but Miss Pam, who's been a very long time state preschool teacher at Jackson, is actually retiring at the end of this year, but she has done a fantastic job supporting some of our youngest learners for decades. She's also done a great job growing the next generation of preschool teachers in our county. And so she has several, she does a great job working with Argonaut High School to have high school helpers in her room. And then out of those high school helpers and everything Miss Pam's been able to teach older kids to support the younger students, we have actually hired quite a few ELOP staff that now work for our district. And for our next Challenge Coin Award winner, she's worked with Miss Pam for a long time and has learned a lot and then really grown into a fabulous teacher, Miss Jamie Guthrie. Miss Jamie serves our students in a variety of ways. She's not only very adept at teaching preschool, she's also an excellent ELOP instructor in Ione. So she serves us kind of all across the board here. But Jamie has taken on a role that was created this year a little bit, a float ELOP teacher, where she moves to all of our, a float preschool teacher, where she serves anytime one of our other preschool teachers are out. She goes to that class and is the substitute. So there's some consistency for our kiddos. And she's done a fabulous job with something that has been kind of a new adventure for us. But she's positive, she's caring, she brings great ideas to the table, and above all, she always thinks of what's best for kids, and we really appreciate it. So thank you, Ms. Jamie.
Hello, I too have had 2 challenge coins. Unfortunately, the first challenge coin recipient is not able to make it. Her name is Laura Carl. She has been an ELOP instructor for 20 years, officially here in 2025. So that was really exciting to hear and to be working with her these past 3 years. Laura leads with empathy in everything that she does, and she really, really has a heart for the students and the staff and just her whole community of care that she's involved in. So I'm really proud to have her as a staff member, and I'm grateful to be her supervisor. The second challenge coin, I would like to honor Miss Denise Verboni. Miss Denise is our ELOP instructor at Pioneer Elementary. She has been with us about 2 years now. When she first started with us, Miss Denise, we were just building our Pioneer school site, so we had a very small number of children. Often she would travel down to our other school sites to help out and kind of manage our ever-growing program as we transitioned into new classrooms. And she's definitely been a familiar face now amongst the Pioneer community at the school site. Miss Denise is, she's incredible. I don't think she's ever called in a day, ever. She as well leads with empathy and grace, and her classroom is just beautiful, and I love to see the amazing artwork and the projects that she does with her children. And I think she fully deserves to be recognized today, so good job.
Okay, don't forget your picture. Next, we have Ed Options with Mr. Medellin and Miss Griffin.
I took some notes on my phone. Good evening, board. So for Ed Options, we have 2 recipients, and both could be recognized tonight for all of their attributes on the challenge coin, but I really wanted to highlight the relationship piece. And our first is a teacher at North Star Academy on the Amador campus, and that is Sarah Swift. So I have known Sarah in an educational capacity for quite some time now. When I first met her, she was a TOSA, providing professional development to teachers. She was also a high school department lead. She was an elementary teacher for many years, and we have the privilege of stealing her away to North Star now. So she's been working in independent study and taking on that new challenge. I think Jared could attest, one of my least favorite sayings here is when somebody says, because it's always been done that way. And I feel like Sarah and I are cut from the same cloth that way. She is one that likes to be innovative and look to find what has been done in other districts, other counties, other schools, and then bring that back to us. So I really appreciate that part of how she adds to the profession. What I've seen is her design a classroom for independent study that is welcoming to all students. It's one that it doesn't matter if they're just passing by, if they don't have her that particular hour or time, she just welcomes them in and just cares for them, and they know that they're respected and just well taken care of when they're with her. So thank you for all that you bring to North Star.
Yeah, thank you.
You only get one.
Thank you.
Our second recipient couldn't make it tonight. She had something come up last minute, but I do want to say a few words about Angela Cowan. She's our administrative assistant for Independence and Community School. She has that task of being kind of that first point of contact for students, parents, handling the challenges of the days. And yet I've never seen her rattled once. So I know that she just has that knack for building relationships with kids, letting them know that she cares for them. And that's why I will present this coin to her tomorrow.
Okay, next we have Music in Schools Month. Oh, Diana, sorry.
Evening, board. Thank you for this opportunity. I had to write everything down because I get nervous. So tonight I was charged with deciding who to present a challenge coin to from my staff who goes above and beyond. Right now, I would like to call up the staff of Amador Adult Education. So right now, we're fully staffed for the first time since COVID, and that we have full-time employees doing one assignment and one job. Prior to COVID, we had part-time or time-sheeted employees. Although we did fine with that scenario, we are so much better now. Our team has worked diligently to make policies and procedures for our school that fit our students and our staff ideals and that align to our mission, and also are compliant with the district and also with our state adult education guidelines. We've overhauled many of our processes and are working on our initial WASC accreditation. Our daily student attendance is up exponentially, and the students are growing by leaps and bounds. So first, I would like to highlight Melissa Case. Melissa worked for adult ed for years as a part-time administrative assistant, but was finally hired this year to be our full-time administrative assistant. Her knowledge and experience with the different reports and systems we work with is invaluable, as it is different from our K-12 schools. Melissa is a backbone of our agency and keeps everyone and everything running smoothly. And I can't say behind the scenes because Melissa is an integral part in our community outreach and marketing. She stepped out of her comfort zone with the advertising and social media aspects of our adult education and did an excellent job. She helps organize and advertise our programs, community relations, and events. She is the voice and the face of adult education and is usually the first point of contact, and is having a knowledgeable and dynamic person in that spot is essential. Thank you. Next. Next is Chris Garbarini. Chris is our first full-time teacher we've had in years. Chris's expertise has made such a difference to our students' comfort level, participation, and the accessibility of their classes. If they have to miss a day, if they have to miss one day, the same teacher is here on the next day, and they feel comfortable coming in to see the same person. Student attendance has skyrocketed this year. For the first time ever, we have a waiting list for the high school diploma and the GED prep programs. Chris is also using the new district curriculum this year, so we are up to date with ACUSD adopted curriculum for high school diploma students. And we're using a new online GED prep curriculum this year called Aztec. We already have 3 people who've passed all 4 GED tests and have many that only have 1 more. And we have graduated 4 high school diploma students this year, and we have much more to come. Lori Martinez is our transition navigator counselor and has been involved with adult ed since the beginning. Since I've worked for adult ed, when I started working for adult ed, Lori was a 25% employee for adult ed. This year, we finally hired her full-time. This is really important to our adult education program, as one of the biggest areas of focus for adult ed is in the state. So one of the charges we have for adult ed is a transition of our students into the workforce or college. Without a transition navigator, that piece is lost, and we're missing a huge service to our students. Not only does Lori assist our students in their transition to college or the workforce, she also helps with our community outreach. It's important for Lori to have those connections in order to help the students connect with the needed services. Lori is also developing our workforce readiness class and teaches ESL. This is a team effort, and having to choose one person this year was impossible. We're all new to our adult education full-time positions, and without each team member being stellar, this program would not be growing like it is. I'd also like to mention that our hours of operation are not normal school hours. We often work until 7 p.m., and we also work at least one Saturday a month to proctor GED tests or to attend community events. They all knew this coming in, that there were long hours and issues that are atypical to your traditional K-12 school, and they were ready to take the challenge. So in honor of that challenge, I want to present them all with a challenge coin for their dedication, hard work, and loyalty.
Okay, thank you very much. Just really quickly, there is a blue Mustang with a passenger door open in the parking lot. If that's yours, your car is open. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 2, Music in Schools Month presentation.
Good evening, board. I'm going to speak while they're getting set up. For those of you I have yet to meet, my name is Sophia Rochelle. I have the honor of serving as the band director at all 4 secondary sites, and I'm also the choir director at Ione Junior High. Over the past few years, I've had the privilege of engaging with music students across our district, from eager kindergartners to accomplished high school students. Our program has seen its share of changes in teachers, enrollment, and community involvement. Many members can recall Mr. King and his vibrant band that actively connected with both community and athletes. This year, our band has taken a decisive step toward recapturing the spirit and energy of our past. When I accepted the position at the secondary sites, I had set 2 goals: to boost enrollment, and most importantly, reinstating the band as a vital part of our community. I'm proud to report that we have made remarkable progress toward these objectives, with enrollment increasing at each site for next year and gaining even more momentum for the future. The support we've received from the community, school staff, our principals, athletic departments, and the students has been inspiring. We've revitalized the pep band, passionately cheering on our teams at countless football and basketball games, and fostering a lively atmosphere with band members from both high schools playing and supporting all of the teams. In addition to our regular performances, our band has marched proudly in local parades, showcasing our students' talent and community pride. We've spread holiday cheer by playing Christmas carols door to door in our surrounding neighborhoods. We've actively participated in fundraising events, demonstrating our commitment to music and the broader community. Most recently, we attended the championship basketball game at the Golden One Center this past Friday to help cheer on our team, adding to our spirit and support for our school athletes. In April, we will attend a clinic with the director of bands at the University of Pacific, and there we're going to have the opportunity to work on bettering our craft and perform for an audience of high school band directors from all over Northern California. With my role as the director at all 4 sites, our junior high beginning band, advanced band, and high school concert band are all cohesive ensembles. They perform together regularly, and I invite you all to our spring concert on May 21st in the Amador High School gym. The students in the band program genuinely represent what it means to be a part of a vibrant school community. Their dedication, passion, and unwavering support for one another fosters an environment where creativity thrives and friendships bloom. Every note they play and every performance they give reflects their musical talent and their remarkable spirit and camaraderie. It's a joy to witness how they uplift each other, celebrate their achievements, and work together to create something beautiful. In every rehearsal and concert, they remind us of the power of teamwork and the lasting bonds that can be formed through a shared love of music. These students are not just exceptional musicians, they are the heart and soul of our schools, and their impact resonates far beyond the stage. We thank you so much for allowing us to show off to you this evening, and we appreciate your continued support in restoring this program.
You can do it.
I just want to thank Ms. Rochelle for taking over the program. It's a huge assignment to take on all 4 schools, and she has embraced it. Obviously, she's making this program advance because it's an elective class and kids have to want to take it. And so we really appreciate her in growing this program. I had the pleasure to hear them play the national anthem at both big game basketball games and at Golden One. And not that they ever sounded bad, but by the time they got to Golden One, that was pretty fantastic. I mean, they sounded really good in that huge arena, and that was pretty cool when, for most of the other games, they just played the national anthem over the loudspeakers. And anyway, so glad you all got to come to this free live concert tonight, too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our employee organizations. I did see Mrs. Jensen, so come on up.
You to make what I have to say a little more clear, because it's about Good evening. I love the band. That was beautiful. Thank you for that opportunity for them to play before me. It's kind of like, should I go after the band? I don't know. I'm going to just have to. Good evening, members of the school board, interim superintendent, Critchfield, cabinet, colleagues, and community members. I stand before you on behalf of the Amador County Teachers Association, ACTA, to address the systemic imbalances in our compensation structure and to propose a change that directly benefits those on the front lines of education, our dedicated staff working with students. Before appointing a permanent superintendent, I ask you to correct an imbalance introduced by a previous administrator, the Me Too clause. This clause mandates that for every cost of living adjustment or raise our educators negotiate, the district administration receives an equal share, thereby bolstering benefits at the top. I'm going to give you the real data, the full amount, though, oh well, it's a little cumbersome, so pardon me. The certificated administrative salary schedule ranges from $93,552 to $165,324, while the certificated teacher and vocational CTE schedule ranges from $50,727 to $106,429 before benefits. For clarity, the superintendent's salary is negotiated separately and is not included in these figures. I want to plant a seed. Let's consider eliminating the Me Too clause for district administration. To put our struggles into perspective, while we negotiated a modest 4.75% cost of living increase last year, a step forward, our insurance costs surged by 15%. Based on the salary schedules, administrative roles start with a base salary that is approximately $42,000 to $58,000 higher than that of certificated teacher CTE staff, meaning that cost of living increase negotiated by ACTA provided administrators a salary boost that was $2,000 greater than that received by ACTA members, further widening the salary gap. This disproportionate increase deepens our financial burden and widens the gap between our earnings and the cost of living. Eliminating this Me Too clause for administrators would allow us to reallocate essential funds to correct pay scale imbalances, directly supporting those who shape young minds every day. This change is a critical step toward more equitable and sustainable financial framework, one that invests in the very people who make our schools thrive. Let's set the new superintendent's legacy as one defined by fairness, equity, and a commitment to retaining and attracting quality staff. Thank you for your attention and for considering this necessary change for the betterment of our educational community.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Next, we have CSEA 239, Mr. Baird. Is he here today? No? Okay. Okay, perfect.
Good evening, President Parker, trustees, Interim Superintendent Critchfield, cabinet members, and community members. Eric Baird could not be with us this evening as he is a coach and is currently with our ski and snowboarding teams at the state championships. He asked me to speak in his place. For those of you who don't know, I'm Deanna Bell, and I am the current Vice President of CSEA 239. I'd first like to say thank you to our board members for the depth and quality of the questions you asked at the last board meeting before the vote to cut positions in our bargaining unit. We appreciate that you realize we are not just FTE hours in our bargaining unit, but real people potentially losing our jobs. Our bargaining unit was lucky in this latest round of cuts, as many of the positions cut were currently vacant positions. While I appreciate the hard work done by Mr. Critchfield, Dr. Palazuelos, and Mr. Norton to make the decisions that resulted in mostly vacant positions being cut, I must draw your attention to the underlying problem. While I acknowledge our current budget constraints due to the state budget as well as the insurance dilemma we currently face, I must remind the board that we have an abundance of open positions throughout the district because we continue to lag behind our surrounding counties in terms of pay as well as health and welfare benefits. We must remain vigilant in our demand that we make sound financial decisions and work toward a model that pays living wages for all employees. You have heard public outcry as we continued to add high-paying positions at the district office, while the boots-on-the-ground employees, like teachers, maintenance staff, cafeteria workers, and bus drivers, went without a raise last fiscal year and received a minimal raise this year. These are the people who are taking an active role in shaping young minds, filling their bellies, and making sure they travel to and from school safely. Tonight, I ask of you as board members that you continue to ask the hard questions, that you make sound financial decisions, and that you direct Mr. Critchfield to make it a high priority to find a way to compensate us appropriately. The status quo cannot continue as it is not a feasible model for anyone. Our students need to be educated by qualified teachers. They deserve the appropriate support staff to feel safe and welcome at school, and our boots-on-the-ground employees deserve to make enough to make ends meet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. We are going to go ahead and move on to public comments on non-agenda items. We do have one card. I will go ahead and read the little summary. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. If you wish to address the board, please complete a speaker card and give it to the board clerk or communications specialist, or let us know that you would like to speak. Greg Wall would like to come up and talk.
Good evening. My name is Greg Wall. I teach at Emeter High School and I'm the Vice President of ACTA. This past week, the Ledger Dispatch included my letter about 2 areas of dispute with the district administration, and I would like to provide more context for why I took that step. The labor contract for the certificated staff is ideally designed to ensure positive and effective teaching in all schools. I do believe that ACTA's goal is a win-win scenario. I have no desire to punish, trick, or find loopholes with this agreement, but rather envision the contract statutes to place students and the quality of their education first and foremost. The two areas of disagreement are about class sizes and safety precautions. First, there are maximum roster capacities, not to strike the district's finances, but to make sure the number of students isn't an obstacle to learning. Likewise, the labor regulation guaranteeing the number of students to be equal to the number of workstations isn't set up to put financial burdens on the district, but to assure every student has equal access. Unfortunately, teachers have faced both types of unfair conditions throughout the school year, including up to today. In ACTA's attempts to remedy and negotiate a resolution, the district chose to use legal advice that declared our grievances to be null and void. There were two main reasons given, and each feel nonsensical. First, the legal response decreed that the district's interpretation superseded a classroom's teacher's claims. For example, a science lab table specifically built for 4 has been touted to be appropriate for 8. Whether their lawyer ever set foot in a science class to make this determination is unknown, but I can promise the science teachers know better what works and more specifically what doesn't. Second, the legal refutation cites the lack of timeliness or appropriate evidence, and therefore all concerns were tossed out. Since the contract violations have continued and there's no end in sight, then the violations are as pertinent today as when they were first reported. Additionally, the needed evidence is inside the district's computers about what teachers have more students than allowed. I did ask the public to reach out if they're concerned about these types of conditions, and so I am also asking you directly to consider asking questions and or encouraging the district to take our grievances seriously, instead of flaunting a legal reasoning that appears to be written inside an office while disregarding the realities occurring in classrooms. Please consider making arrangements to observe these conditions under which teachers struggle. Lastly, my esteemed colleague, Carla Ohm, has said more than once in negotiating sessions how amazing it would be if the contract was upheld for just one school year. What could the impact be on the student's education if the labor rules were simply followed? I, for one, would love to see that happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Just a reminder that item 3A has been moved to a later date, and then title 3B is Indian education. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the consent agenda?
On that item 3B, is there, I've asked this repeatedly, is there any news regarding funding for this program? Changes?
Right now, we have no news of any change to the Title VI funding. So we are maintaining status quo as we always have with El Dorado County and the consortium, but we haven't heard anything. I saw Annette about a month ago at a meeting, and she hadn't indicated that there was any changes made.
Okay. Peter, any questions, comments?
No, the item regarding 4A, the current personnel recommendations, I think that was clearly explained that, the resignations are clearly listed. So I think I understand.
Okay. Ken, any questions or comments?
6A, special education. I'm just wondering what period of time that all those Chromebooks got broken. And it looks like a couple of laptops. That just seems excessive, but I don't know the time period.
That's an excellent question. So this is actually more of an initiative of us like cleaning up the items that are in the classroom. So our administrative assistant, Shayla, actually teamed up with our technology department to visit every single county classroom in order to make note of what is operational but retrieve old equipment. I can't tell you the last time that like that type of an action would have been taken, but I think it has been a while. And so this is a summary of then finding equipment. And I don't know, I can turn to Jared if you.
Yeah, to my
if that's
knowledge,
ever-
it's years, Ken. This has
Never
been years
been done.
where the Chromebook doesn't work or it's broken, it gets put in the corner, and it just sits there for a long period of time. So it appears like all of this happened in a short amount of time, but it's been years in the making for this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I do just want to compliment them, like, thank you for this. They did this in one day and visited all of the sites, and it was a really wonderful collaboration.
Shane, do you have any other questions or comments? James?
I had a question, and I reached out to Mr. Norton about with helping me to understand the format of the warrant document, if you will. What stumped me first was 600, 763.63. Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2025. AT&T expensed amount, $33,760.32. Also under the expensed amount was another number. I didn't notice the negative sign, and that was $29,386.02. And then over to the right, the check amount that was wrote. In my head, how I saw this was, holy smokes, that's like $60,000, and we only paid a $4,000 check to him? How dare we?
Yeah, it's nice to put the negative sign on the other side of the number too. It doesn't really help anything.
Especially when you can't see.
Yeah, and so the reason we have the two lines to start with is just the different types of objects or the different types of expense that it is. The 5,900 that's listed there is referencing telecom, which AT&T, that makes sense. The one underneath it is 8699. It's actually a revenue code, and it's an offset that we have with regards to E-rate. So we're actually going to go into E-rate a little later with one of the action items. So this is actually a perfect question to ask tonight. So when it happens that we get a discount on an item such as this with the telecoms, we will see the corresponding negative in terms of a revenue line that offsets it, so that the net result is only $4,000 of a $33,000 charge.
And was it similar? I can't find the other ones that I had.
Yeah, there was a CDWG one you'd mentioned before.
Page 4, here it is. CDW Government Inc., similar situation with a check amount that you would think is way less than what the other column states.
Yeah, and that's it. And with that one too, that actually had the equipment that we were putting in was rather expensive because it was a 6,400 charge, which is basically it's a capital asset, so something that's over $5,000. But it was heavily discounted, as you can see, with the negative 26. And so again, this probably had to do with network equipment. I'm sure with our IT department, I know they were working on some servers recently, so this would fit with exactly what they did there.
Thank you. I appreciate you helping me understand that.
Thanks.
Can I ask one little follow-up question on regard to that? And I am looking forward to the E-rate presentation and understanding where those funds come from, federal, state, whatever. I'm sure we'll get into that. But is there a reason why we have to list so many separate line items for AT&T if they're all the same fund and all the same date?
So there are nuances to the AT&T charges. AT&T does not handle our accounts very well. And so if we don't send them individual checks for individual accounts, they mix them up. And so we're going to get one that shows a balance due of X when in reality it was paid, but they got to apply the other ones. The other one's got a huge credit on it. So we found that the one way to circumvent that is to send them literally separate checks for the different accounts and different amounts to make it work.
Well, thank you for abiding by their incompetence, I suppose. We appreciate you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on the consent agenda before we look for a motion? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and then the roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes.
Did you need that motion with the correction of items, or was that already done?
No, because we made that correction at the start of the meeting. We're fine.
All right.
Good question. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to our 13. We don't have any communications. We're going to go ahead to item 14. We're going to move, we can just do that.
Yeah, we're just asking
Okay.
if the board is okay with it. We have some staff here that is helping present that They don't need to be here for the entire board meeting, so this was an oversight on our part. They have to get to work early tomorrow morning and would be pleased if we moved item 14.4 up and made that our first action item, if the board is okay with that.
Sure. Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, it would be good
Okay,
to have a
can we
motion
get a
to move
motion
it.
to move item 14.4 to the beginning?
Yes, let's please move to rearrange and move alternative pathway to diploma item 14.4 to above E-rate.
Second.
Okay, and then the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
So item 14.1, alternative pathway to diploma.
Perfect, thank you. So as our presenters come on up, I just am pleased to introduce to you, we have Mr. Joshua Brock, who is our Director of Special Education for Amador County Office of Education. We have Nikki Gravett, who is our Director of Secondary Education for Amador Unified School District. And we have Michael and Angie, who is our Education Specialist at the Trillia Building at Argonaut on behalf of Amador County Office of Education. So thank you three, and I'll turn it over to you.
So good evening, Board Trustees, Superintendent Critchfield, and our cabinet members. We're excited to share with you tonight some of the work we've been doing, and it's been a fun opportunity to collaborate between Ed Services and our Special Education Department to present to you kind of a new set of coursework for our students. And I want to give you just a little bit of history. Let me see if I can work a clicker. Well, this might be a problem. Am I? Is it not on? There you go. You got to turn it on. Technology is not the gift I bring to this world. We have found on many occasions. This is not the first time. So it looks like it's missing part of it, though. The formatting went weird. Well, anyways. This happened earlier? I'll just go with it. So, wanted to give you a little bit of background on why are we talking about an alternative pathway to a diploma. So, I think this is my 18th or 19th year working with students that now we would say have extensive supports needs. In past parlance, it was moderate severe programs. So, in working in this, we found over the years, students really, their opportunity when their educational services terminated was to get a certificate of completion. Because their coursework was modified, there really wasn't an opportunity to earn a diploma because they, the A through G requirements weren't always something that all of our students were going to be able to complete. And so, in June of 2022, AB 181 was signed into law, and it added a new section to educational code that gave LEAs the opportunity and then mandate to create a new pathway to a diploma for students with disabilities. So to qualify for this program, students would need to have significant cognitive disabilities and be eligible to take the California Alternate Assessment. So that's an assessment for students that to access curriculum requires some modification. So going beyond just accommodations to where we're actually modifying the curriculum and taking the essence of the California core content connectors, and we're making it functional and accessible to our students. So that would be the first thing. Students would need to be eligible for the California Alternate Assessment. Secondarily, it would allow LEAs to issue these diplomas based on the minimum coursework requirements for graduation. So rather than local requirements for graduation, it makes it so students are able to complete those California minimum requirements and exempt students from the local requirements. So For a school district, what we have to do for an alternative pathway to a diploma is have coursework that's standards aligned, so it's still giving students access to core content connectors, essential understandings, but modifying those to make it accessible for our students. It additionally, and this was my big question when I first heard about this years ago, will, students have a right under federal law to education until either they hit the age of 22 or they receive a high school diploma. Thankfully, the alternative pathway, the Ed Code, allows us to not change our obligation of FAPE, free appropriate public education for students, until the age of 22. So even when that alternative pathway diploma is issued, our students are able to continue in our programs. So we're gonna let some of our different members of our committee here share. Nikki's gonna share with us about the state graduation requirements.
It appears they fixed the presentation issue, so you can get back to the slides you want to show everyone.
Okay, so state graduation requirements. Currently, the state graduation requirements are that a student needs to have 3 years of English classes, 2 years of math. This includes the Algebra 1 requirement for graduation, 3 years of social science. So those courses consist of our U.S. history courses, geography, world history, a semester of Gov, and a semester of Econ. Okay, 2 years of science. This includes both biology, biological, and physical sciences. And then 2 years of PE and 1 year of foreign language or visual and performing arts or career technical education courses. So that's the minimum state requirements that we're working with when we're creating this alternative pathway.
And to access these requirements, we're using Unique Learning System, and Michael Lynn is going to share with us a little bit about what Unique Learning System is.
Okay, so Unique Learning System is the current curriculum that we use for ACOE and the extensive support needs programs from preschool to transition age. It is specifically designed for extensive support needs students. There's not a whole lot of those curriculums out there, and so we're lucky to have that one, and it is providing access to core content connectors. So we're going to be utilizing our current existing curriculum and putting it to work with the alternative pathway.
So what this looks like for us, we've taken our coursework and we have looked through Unique together. We've written course descriptions for every course you see there, which would be the entire coursework leading to that state minimum. So we've taken the Unique Learning System and described courses from that, basically. That's what we've done. So again, it shows those minimum requirements, but in your packet, you would see our course proposals that meet those requirements. Just for example, Algebra 1, which would be my biggest question, how would you modify Algebra 1 to make that accessible? Well, this kind of just shows a little peek into Unique Learning System, that it takes topics tied to those standards and content connectors, and it takes those topics and actually breaks it down into concepts that we're able to teach in the classroom so the students are able to complete the necessary coursework. So again, our coursework that we're proposing is based on using Unique Learning System as our access point to give students access to the curriculum. It is aligned with the standards, and it really, one of the exciting things is this opens up such a world of opportunities for our students with extensive supports needs. So, in the past, where they've had the opportunity just to get a certificate of completion, which is great because it does mark, the transition into adulthood for our students. This gives them an opportunity to earn something that is significant, a high school diploma. In the law and the transcripts, we aren't in any way identifying the students as taking courses that are an alt pathway. Their transcript just shows the coursework that they're taking, and the diplomas don't look any different. They would read the same as the diplomas any other student gets. So it's a really exciting opportunity. And for a lot of our students, as they transition into adulthood, into the work world, just having worked in this industry for a long time, there's a lot of times that for our students, not having a diploma is an automatic closed door for all sorts of different opportunities. I can tell you many times, and experience in another school district, our students would be able to get jobs if they, through a work placement, worked there and proved themselves. Quite a few of them were hired for jobs, but if they were just applying and the certificate of completion, it raises a lot of questions for employers, and so it's been limiting. So this really gives our students an opportunity to open up the world to them. So we wanted to open it up to you folks if there's any questions about this project.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments?
Yes. One thing I'd like to understand, it is helpful having the math, for example, broken down on how those, as you say, absolutely essential pieces are listed there. I'm just curious, not being familiar with unique learning systems as a curriculum, is it that you find other methods or other modalities to connect with these students? For example, just today in my own English class with a regular ed student who really struggles with that simple act of getting my thoughts from my brain onto paper or typing or whatever. And certainly I've tried to show them things like the technology with voice transcription, those things like that. But for some students, I found it necessary to modify, even for regular ed, that we can have a conversation so I can assess what you know. Are we doing similar things with that software where they don't always have to quite as laboriously write, say, for example, the English standards, there's other methods to demonstrate their learning?
Yes, and Michael Lynn can, I mean, since she's using it regularly, can speak more to it, but one of the nice things about it for our students is the lessons are actually tiered within the lessons. And so for some of our students who, say, might be nonverbal, we could break things down to them giving the answers by pointing at particular icons. There is a little bit of written output for some assignments, just depending on how we tier it, because, you know, our biggest hope for our students is to individualize, through their individualized education plans, the learning to meet them where they're at as much as possible. So yes, there's opportunities to give their answers in a variety of modalities. So they're not just sitting in front of a computer. There's instruction tied to all of this as well. So.
Yeah, the unique learning system is differentiated. Like Joshua said, it's as like level 1 is one word, one picture, and it goes up with symbol supported all the way up to paragraph pages reading. And then it's kind of the same concept with math, and it goes down to just matching, like drag and pull match on all the way up to a typical math problem. One of the exciting things about the alternative pathway is we can modify now. That opens the door to modification, whether it's in my class or in a gen ed class, and we can be open to exploring a variety of ways of proving understanding. So we have just discussed like project-based learning, modifying what the kids are learning in the classroom into an output that is accessible to them.
I had a question. Before this program is implemented, how many students of ours with extensive special needs are actually, and this doesn't have to be like an exact number, but approximately how many are receiving diplomas versus certificates of completion?
None. Nobody's earning a
So nobody in extensive special needs has ever received a high school diploma?
No. I think we had one student who went back to adult ed.
Maybe one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, this is good. I like this.
In my experience in a prior district, there were 0 students.
Okay. And that seems like it would be a huge disadvantage for them because some of them can absolutely go out and get a job working somewhere, but a lot of times the minimum qualification for a job is a high school diploma.
That's one of the conversations we have for students who are potentially moving into an
ESN program was, that is one of the major factors, is when you're full-time in a life skills program, that puts you on a path toward certificate of completion. So this opens up a variety of options to them.
Okay, thank you.
Her question assisted something popping in my head. So these students who, and this might be a stupid question, these students who walk across the stage, they're doing just that?
Yes, we have always encouraged.
They don't get a diploma.
No, they're getting a certificate of completion, but we include them in all senior activities. That's a big thing.
Absolutely.
We go to all the trips and we do all of the things and the dances and all of the activities. They wear a gown like everyone else. They participate like everyone else, but the paper in their folder says certificate of completion on it. So that could be changed. But yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Just a comment, I think this is a really good opportunity to provide the same opportunities for these students as everyone else. So I really think this is a good thing to do.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that the kids that are in those programs do so much on the daily to earn a high school diploma, whether it's they're taking Algebra 1, 2, or Calculus, but they are doing things that are probably equally as challenging sometimes for them. And so I think that this is definitely a huge thing for them. So this is good. Appreciate your guys' work on this. Okay. Do we need to move to approve this? I believe. Okay. So if we could just get a motion, please.
I move to approve item 14, is it .4 or .1?
I think .4 just for.
.4, alternative pathway to a diploma.
Second.
Okay, and then Molly?
Yes.
Okay. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, guys.
We're moving it up.
Yeah. Okay, so we will move on to item 14.1, E-rate with Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. So for this E-rate agenda item, the E-rate program is a federal initiative designed to make internet access and telecommunications services more affordable for eligible schools and libraries nationwide. Essentially, it provides substantial discounts on essential technology services, allowing us to enhance connectivity, modernize network infrastructure, and maximize resources. The district has identified 3 projects we're looking to leverage E-rate discounts that are noted here in the agenda item. RFPs were sent out for these. Qualified bids were considered in an evaluation matrix, and the winning bids were selected. These projects, just to clarify too, are for the 25-26 fiscal year, so we're approving them to be done for next year. This will include network switch replacements. These replacements will be of 70 aging network switches district-wide that include the necessary software licenses and renewals for existing wireless and switching equipment. These upgraded switches will improve performance, standardize aging, mismatched equipment, eliminating extra network complexities, and improving cybersecurity, which is very important these days. The total cost of that project would be $184,000 without the discount. We would see it at about $55,000, so essentially be about 70% off. The second one is a firewall software and support renewal. We already currently have this, but it would be a renewal of it and continue along the E-rate process here. So this renewal would cost $14,950. The discount with this one would only be $10,973 after the discounted price. And that is because some of the firewall software are not fully discounted as of right now with E-rate. So cybersecurity, they haven't quite caught up to that particular piece of it yet, but we are able to get some of it discounted. So that's why it's still nice to have that. And then we have the data circuit connectivity. And that one would be with Volcano. And this would be a monthly recurring cost for data circuits connecting the district office to Pine Grove and Pioneer Elementary School. The district office really houses the servers that kind of give the internet to all the different sites. So this is important that we have this connectivity from here to there. The monthly cost would have been $1,277. With the discount, it'd be only $191.63. Basically, a difference from $15,000 for a year to $2.3K. So. At this time, the district recommends the board approve the E-rate quotes for the district for the 25-26 fiscal year, and I'm available for any questions the board has.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Start then. Molly, any questions? Okay. Peter? Ken?
No.
Shane? James?
No.
I also don't have any questions. I do enjoy the discounts because some of these, the massive discounts are nice. With that, we would just need a motion.
A motion that we approve action item 14.1 E-rate plan, for lack of a better word.
Sure.
I'll second.
Okay, and then the vote. Molly?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Norton. Actually, you're going to be running the show the rest of this time, it looks like. We are moving on to 14.2, the second interim budget revisions.
Perfect. Thank you, board. As a part of the annual budget cycle, local educational agencies have 2 interim reporting periods throughout the fiscal year where they report on their actuals through a designated time period and identify any budget adjustments from the last iteration. We are now at the second interim report, which reflects actuals through the first 7 months of the fiscal year. So this is through January 31st. And then report any major budget adjustments due to new information that has become available since first interim. And I provided a similar attached document that provides a summary of the major budget adjustments that we had last time. However, per board member for our suggestion, this last time we've kind of condensed it down into an easier presentation here to really, I think really will help us dig through this a little bit easier. So to that end, on the revenue side of things, the FICMAT LCFF calculator was used for our LCFF revenue calculation. For the second interim, we had an adjustment to our prior year ADA. This adjustment reduced our funded ADA, effectively reducing our projected LCFF revenues for the current year. In addition, we also saw minor LCFF revenue adjustments from the prior year that led to essentially a resulting $800,000 reduction from our first interim projection. So you'll see that highlighted there at the top. The federal revenue saw minor adjustments essentially throughout the year. There are fundings that get finalized. In this case, our federal funding was finally finalized. That's a great way to phrase that whole thing. And so you'll see there's only a very minor adjustment on the federal side. The state revenues jumped about $1.5 million in the positive direction. This was through a confirmation of our CCSPP implementation grant. It was $1.2 million alone for that one. We had some other minor increases to both the restricted and unrestricted lotteries. Then we also had some reclassification of revenue. Essentially, we had a revenue, the K-16 collab grant that was listed as local funding originally. It was actually determined it should have been state funding, so we have then changed it here. So you would see a positive to the state revenue on that side and a decrease to the local revenue on the other. So our local revenues did increase by $900,000. This was primarily due to the Cal Shape grant, which we've discussed a couple of different times being finalized. This was $800,000 to the positive for that one grant alone. Our K-16 healthcare grant was also there for $100K. We did have that reclassification that reduced it by 100. And then we actually had some, ironically enough, E-rate discount revenue offset of $80K that we have added to the projection here for the remainder of the fiscal year. There's one other thing to note. It doesn't actually show up on this thing, but there was a contribution to restricted. The reason why is it actually results in a net no change when you look at first interim versus second interim, because essentially it's only happening between our restricted and unrestricted funds. You'll see it on the spreadsheet that's attached, or the document that's attached, but you won't see it here because it just breaks down summaries. But that, I wanted to call it out because it didn't, it was with regards to a contribution that comes from our general fund toward our maintenance. Our maintenance did increase by $130,000 in terms of the amount of contribution it will be receiving this year. It was actually ironic enough that I had a meeting with the CD with regards to our first interim, and they had noted, hey, one way you guys could save is you're actually spending too much, or you have too much budgeted in your routine restricted maintenance. And I said, unfortunately, we can't. We actually need to spend that money for the different facilities we have. So they were trying to help us out with that, but it's something that we did need to spend on. So overall, for the first interim, you'll see that our revenues are expected to increase by 1.6 million. That is mainly due to those 2 grants that really did come in, and the bulk was tied to that. So before I move on to expenses, any questions on the revenue side?
I did have a question. On the LCFF revenue, it says prior year LCFF adjustment and prior year ADA correction. Could you just quickly kind of explain that to me one more time, what that looks like?
Sure. So every year, the state kind of goes through and has a LCFF adjustment. So we estimate basically this is what we believe it's going to be, and then they do make an adjustment. That one was relatively minor as opposed to the ADA correction. On the ADA correction, it was found that we actually had, I think it was around 40 ADA less than we had initially thought. So it was corrected here, and that correction changed the math on the bulk of it.
The primary reason was we had some issues with independent study contracts and how the attendance was being reported. The rules have changed on independent studies so many times since COVID. It's been hard to keep track of, and essentially what was happening is you could not receive credit for a student that went beyond 15 independent study days, even if they were on independent study longer and did the work. And so in our student information system, they had not caught up to having that be flagged. And so there were many students who had gone beyond the 15 days of independent study, and they were getting credit for attendance because they did the work. And so then in the correction, even if a kid did 25 days, they only got credit for 15 days, and then we'd have to add 10 absences, thereby lowering the average daily attendance. And this happened for multiple students. We have it fixed for this year, but that was the major contributor to that challenge from last year.
Who keeps making these like arbitrary rules about
Attendance? I actually learned this week, I don't want to get the number wrong, but I think we're down to like in the teens of number of states that base their enrollment on attendance percentages, or base their funding, on attendance percentages, where now we're up to like 30 some odd states fund schools based on enrollment. Novel concept.
Yeah.
Like fund on the actual number of students, not on how often they attend school. And so that continues to be a push on all these challenges. There's always been the opinion that it will dilute the importance of attendance if it's not tied to money. And I think we could bring any teacher in the district here and say that they're not motivated on their students' attendance based on the money we get. They're motivated because they want their kids to learn, and they know they'll learn when they come to school.
Right.
So we hope,
them whether they're sitting there or not.
and we continue to advocate for this, and so we hope the day will come when California will shift to an enrollment-based funding model versus an attendance-based funding model.
Okay, in the meantime, we're just the lucky ones. Okay. Go ahead, Ken.
So I see, on the revenues and the expenditure side, there's several grants. Like on the revenues, there's about 2.1 million in grants. Are those automatic grants that we got? Do we have to apply for those? Who is in charge of that? Because that's a good job right there.
In most cases, we had to apply for them. There are some that do come through as block grants, but there are others that we had to apply for, and I believe the ones listed here we had to apply for.
And who applies for our grants? Do we have a grant writer?
It does depend. We actually have different folks who write for different grants.
The majority of grants flow through the Educational Services Department, and we have directors that work with those restricted funds, and so a lot of it is the work of Patty and her team. We do have other grants that, like the CalShape grant that went through the business office and others, and so we don't have a designated grant writer. We try to keep in tune with all the grants available, and then whatever department that falls under, then that department will then be tasked with writing the grant and applying for the grant.
Well, great job, Patty and Robert. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a question I've heard from other districts that swear by their grant writer, and their paycheck is made up tenfold, I guess you could say, or however they worded it. They're worth their weight in gold. What does this district, or what do you think about that? Do you think it's pretty good with the way it's been going, with each department kind of being on their toes and hustling for the money, or do you think a grant writer should be on the roster ready to take a swing?
It's a great question. We've had this conversation many times through the years. I think we have positive momentum now with grants, and I just don't think we're the size of a district where hiring a full-time grant writer makes sense. Now, having said that, many of these individuals that participate in writing the grants, we then in turn are able to pay for a portion, if not all of their salaries out of the grants that they are writing. And so we still see that benefit within many of those salaries, either part or whole of those salaries, but they're not dedicated to just writing grants. A lot of it then has to do with the implementation. They're then tasked with not just writing the grant, but then implementing the grant. Like we highlighted the last board meeting, the one before, career technical education. So we got Nicole Gravette
for sure
over that department. She wrote our reapplication for that grant, but she's also in charge of applying for that grant. And so a portion of her salary is then paid for by the grant that she wrote. So does that make sense?
It does. I know nothing about it, but like I'm thinking in my little hamster spinning, like grant writer specializes and knows how to hustle and work the system on anything and everything, where we have individual cabinet members or leaders
Directors,
within the district, directors that know their lane. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Is it such a thing as this person knows hecka where, right?
I guess Patty was going to add something before.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to share that the team is amazing. The benefit to the structure that we have right now is that the people who write the grant oversee the grant and report on the grant. So the ugly truth about grants is once you get them, the reporting can sometimes be a greater lift than the actual granting. You get the money, and then the reporting piece can be really, really cumbersome. So the nice part is the people who wrote the grant, designed the grant, filled everything out, are the one implementing the grant and then reporting back out on it. But the best part about this, earlier we had the consortium that you saw where on Title VI we came together with El Dorado County. We sit on many state consortiums, CFAC, CISC, and please don't ask me to tell you all the acronyms because I'll look them up.
You're good.
But we missed, the educational services team missed the last board meeting because we were at the state CISC where we each individualized, went out and made all of those contacts. So we sit in the same rooms with the people who write the grants for the other districts, but then have that knowledge and have that connection. So any one of us on the ed services team is on a listserv that every day someone will throw a question up from all over the state. Hey, what are you guys doing about? And then the answers come in.
And I think big picture too, the education world is set up now where there aren't too many grants that come out in secret. Like they're typically very well announced and down a pipeline where we get the information. Because I think a lot of times that's, in the past with grant writers, it's they're hunting and finding these grants. And with technology the way it is, a lot of it is, it's common knowledge that these grants are out there. You just got to do the legwork. And more often than not, when we don't secure a grant, it's because we don't meet the qualifications. I'll give you one example. A couple years ago, as we were beginning the transition to all 4-year-olds being eligible for transitional kindergarten, there was a facilities grant, and they had a metric for how you were scored. And so I went through this whole grant, and we applied, and it was based on a variety of factors. And we were awarded a score of 0. That wasn't good. So then you have other districts getting a score of 12 or 10, and they said, okay, everybody apply, and we're gonna go through everyone by score, and we did the application correct. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. It was just based on the metrics they provided. We didn't have enough free and reduced lunch percentage, which seemed crazy to me. We didn't have enough of this, that, or the, like all these metrics, we didn't meet them. And so they said, we're going to go through all the applications we receive based on the score, and the higher scores go first, and we work our way down the list until the money in the grant at the state level runs out. Well, districts that even had numbered scores, not zero, the money ran out before they got to them. So we applied for it. They said, you're good, your grant application is good, you're now in line, and they ran out of money before they got to us in line. And so that happens too with grants as well, where even if you have a grant writer, you can't change your free and reduced lunch percentage to all of a sudden make yourself more eligible for a grant.
I understand that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
No, but these are great questions, right? This is, because, and the problem with, I brought this up before, this is the other problem right now with the word grant, is when they put in LCFF, the dirty word that they got rid of was categoricals. They had like hundreds of categorical expenditures down to like school gardens, where there was specific money that could only be used on school gardens. And the intent of LCFF is in the title, local control funding formula, right? And so it was then getting rid of categoricals. So this is what's happened since COVID. We've had a ton of categoricals. And if you walk in the business office, they use the term categorical all the time. The state, however, when they give categorical money, they call it a grant. So there's a discretionary block grant, like Robert referred to. There's no application. It's just, it's a categorical that was temporary and one-time in nature that the state awarded us. And so even now, the word grant, we have to be careful with, because it can be somewhat confusing, where there are grants that really truly are just categoricals, that there was no application. It was, we received the grant because we exist as a school district. And then there are other ones, like Robert referred to tonight, with CalShape and others, that we had to apply for and be awarded to get that grant. And so even that word now can get confusing.
So it's fair to say that our district is doing a great job at not leaving money on the table.
I believe so.
Okay.
I would say our team is one of the best. On many of our grants, we are front runners for as small as we are as a county. We're, I know just the CYBHI grant, that big one that we talked to you about, the mental health and so forth. The people who oversee the grant said, we don't give out gold stars, but if we did, Amanda Avila and her team would have gotten it, because Amador County is setting the bar for how to implement that. So, yeah, we do. We have a crack team doing it.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah.
And that particular grant is one I will touch on in the next presentation, because there's good stuff coming from that.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions on this part before we move on? Okay, great.
Okay, so we'll move on to the expenditures here. Our salaries and benefits have overall seen a decline due to actual and estimated positional vacancies through the first 8 months of the year, along with positions that are now not expected to be filled at this time. Books and supplies have increased due mainly to the CalShape grant, $120K for HVAC supplies. Then we've seen an increase in our custodial and maintenance supply needs this year by $42,000. Services budget has continued to increase with a few key changes. Again, this comes down to the CalShape grant, HVAC repairs and services, which will total 680 of that. We did have an increase. The student behavioral health grant is expected to increase their services by 200K. The K-16 healthcare grant has budgeted 100K for their budget out for their services. And then we've also had some minor increases to maintenance and repairs, legal settlements, utilities, telecom, and then athletics transportation. On the bright side of things, we have some new data coming in with regards to our stop loss offset. It was one of the things we've had a big conversation about with regards to the health insurance. One thing that's come through is we've started to see those stop loss dollars come in. And so we've actually lowered our estimate on the overage from the 1.6 we discussed before down to 1.1. So that has reduced it by $500,000. So that's good news on that end of things. On the capital outlay, we have increased that by 200,000. This was predominantly tied to needed roof repairs, and they estimated to be around 160K of that. Other minor things that were included were the Plymouth L phone system that needed to be replaced, transportation equipment, and a welder at Amador High School. Then lastly, our other outgo increased by 115,000. This was mainly tied to additional net contributions to the county office, the largest being 167,000 towards special education services. We had other minor adjustments with the special education intervention preschool grant. Essentially, it's a pass-through where we get the revenue on the district side and it goes immediately to the county side. We just had an adjustment on the award that we were getting. So basically that award change happened. We had a reduction in the LCAP contributions going to the county side. It's now being used on the district. And then a reduction in needed ELOP contributions as well. So all that led to that 115K adjustment you see there. Overall, this leads to an increase in expenditures predicted at about 503,000. And with these adjustments, we do see that our, did I go to the next slide? I did. Net deficit reduced due to new revenues that are not being spent down this year. So the CCSPP at this time has not been budgeted out. So really it's the revenue coming in without any hard expenditures. And so this will be highlighted as we further as we discuss the second interim certification. But at this time, we recommend that the district approve these budget revisions for this fiscal year. And I'm available for any questions the board has.
So one question regarding on the previous slide, the 700,000 reductions due to vacancies. Are those simply the positions that remained vacant, or does that include any of the approved last month further reductions?
So there were some of the ones that were approved last month. They were vacant, but they were still budgeted for. So as soon as they were then eliminated, we're not going to hire for them. So we took them out of the budget. So it does include some of that.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this presentation?
Was this format helpful? This is all Robert. He did. I thought Ken had a great suggestion, and I did budget revisions for 7 years, and we didn't have anyone really say, hey, it'd be a little bit easier to read if maybe you did this. And so Robert kind of took that feedback and put this together. So I hope this was a little bit easier than when we did first interim.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's much easier for me to understand. I'm not super fabulous with huge budget documents, but this worked well for me, so I appreciate you doing that for us.
I agree, very clean and much more legible than, no offense, but the complicated columns and charts and all that kind of thing.
We like our spreadsheets in the business office and recognize not everybody has the same appreciation for them.
Okay.
In the summary, can you explain the deficit spending in current year reduced largely due to new grants unspent in current year?
Yes, so that was with the CCSPP grant. We have not budgeted out for it. So the reason why the revenues stayed high but didn't match the expenditures is right now we've not budgeted that out to spend this year. So it'll be spent out in the future years. So we would see those expenditures then hit in the future years, but not here. So all that does in this particular showcase is increase the restricted programs fund balance there at the end. So that's the difference there.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this one? All right, if not, then we would need a motion for this one to approve the revisions, or not.
Okay.
I motion that we approve action item 14.2, 2024-25 second interim budget revisions.
Second.
Okay, Molly?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Board.
Right. So we will move on to 14.3, the 24-25 second interim budget certification.
Can I ask a question real quick? What if the board doesn't approve revisions?
Good question.
You want me to take that?
I mean, I could answer. I mean, essentially, the next one would not be relevant anymore because they're all based around the revisions that were there.
Right. Like, what if we were like, absolutely not, the revisions are horrible, and this is why?
Yeah, then we'd have to take
Revise
it back,
your revision.
and we'd have to revise them.
Okay. So that's what would happen?
Yeah.
And you would come back?
And I would come back.
Okay. And it could possibly be a game of leave and come back for a long time.
It could. We would miss the state deadline. Actually, with this one, we would miss the state deadline if we didn't do it this time.
Second interim's due March 15th.
Okay.
So, I mean, we could do it at a special board meeting, but yes, in theory, we would have to.
Like if
revise it.
I thought I was a master money guy and didn't agree with your master money guying, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow.
Okay. All right, item 14.3, Mr. Norton.
Oops. That works. Okay. No worries. So with the budget revisions now approved, interim reports must include a certification of whether or not the LEA is able to meet its financial obligations. This report will go over the current state of the district's financials as it relates to the General Fund, Fund 01. Before I begin, the supporting documentation that is included with this item are the different SACS reports that that are basically, once we upload the data to the state, it spits out these reports that kind of break down and synthesizes the data. This summarizes it, so it's a little easier and cleaner to read. So the budget monitoring, accountability, and assistance. In a brief summary, the business office oversees budget development and monitoring, accounting, payroll, purchasing, cash handling, and more. And I do want to give a shout out to my staff. Anytime we have to do these interim reports, it is all hands on deck, and they do a great job of helping to get this turned around in a quick and expedited time. And then annually, the district has an external audit that is completed by December 15th and presented annually, generally in January or February, to the board. To note, due to staff turnover vacancies, our audit is slightly delayed, and we actually had an extension that was granted to the state for March 31st is our deadline. Our auditors are actually coming in next week to help us close this thing out. So ideally, by the end of this month, if not early next month, we will be presenting it to the board with our audited actuals. I do expect us to be back on track this year, so.
Remember, we were way behind last year
behind
with the previous auditor. So this is just a couple months behind versus like a year behind. So we're really back on track to, by the time we get to next year, then we should be back within the proper timeframes for audits.
Yeah, and these new auditors have been great to work with. Then we have you, the Board of Trustees, who review the budget, approve, and certify each interim report. And then there are always resources to tap into for guidance or additional information, such as FCMAT and the CDE as well. Things to note with each interim, the district budget and each ensuing interim report is based on the best information available at that time. Therefore, with this being the second interim, we have a few things that now help guide our budget forecast for the remainder of the year that we didn't have with the first interim or budget adoption, such as the actuals through the first 7 months. The governor's budget proposal was released, as we discussed in one of our most recent meetings. And most of our grants for the year have now been finalized, and we have numbers and adjustments that we saw in the previous revisions here. Because we are recommending qualified at this time and assuming the board concurs, the district will be putting together a third interim, which will reflect our actuals through April 30th and project our estimated actuals and cash balance for the remainder of the school year. This would be completed in May or June, so just around that time frame. Upon completion, this will lead right into the governor's May revision, which generally brings with it additional guidance and ideas for the further into the state's finances, priorities, and then lead to budget adoption for the next year, and the whole cycle starts all over again. All right. So with revenue components, we kind of went over the different adjustments that were made. So how this kind of shapes out in terms of the pie, the LCFF is by far and away the largest what we see come in for revenue here at 77%. This is a function of our ADA and basically takes every student, puts a dollar amount to them and for their attendance, and this is what we see here. Other state aid is a lot of those grants you'll see, lottery, CTE grants, expanded learning, et cetera. Federal grants come in at 3%. This includes our Title I and other title funds. We have CSI funding this year as well to help support one of our schools here. And then we have other local revenue at 5%, and this can range from interest to the E-rate offsets that we talked about earlier, as well as other local grants, such as the Student Behavioral Health Incentive Program. And then it could be a contribution from the County Office of Education as well. So that's where that would fall if it were to happen.
Why do we mention E-rate as part of local if it's federal funds?
Well, that's Great question. But I know that's how we've done it, and that's a good thing I'll look into further. I think it's because just the offset itself is local, and the discount is actually applied, I believe, to the company, and then we just take essentially the local discount from it.
So because the local company gets the discount, we never have to pay them those dollars.
Correct.
Makes sense.
But I will review that further to confirm that my information is correct. I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. So overall, the district is expecting 63 million in revenue for this year. In general, on the expenditure side, people tend to take up the majority of expenditures for school districts, and it's generally around 80% of the budget. Ours currently sits at around 72%. This is relatively in line. Some of the differences is due in part to our vacancies. Our health insurance overage has also thrown off that percentage, as well as certain grants that we have that are not so much people. So such as the Cal Shape grant that came in, which is all equipment and services, things like that. So that can tend to throw off the numbers. Our books and supplies is around 5% of our budget. This is generally, again, those tangible items that we have, books, curriculum, things such as fuel costs as well, repair supplies, desks, et cetera. And then our services, operating and other outgo account for 23% of our total expenditures. This is a little higher than we would like, but some of the major reasons are tied to the additional costs of being that self-insured agency that we talked about with healthcare before. In some cases, contracting for vacant positions. You see that more on the county side, but it does have some impact. And then other things that are included in this calculation are our loan payments. So we have the CREB and TELP, which were for our solar panels that we have. We have different utilities expenses that always seem to be on the rise, and then additional liability insurance as well. So this all culminates in our budgeted expenditures of 64.78 million expected for the year. And so that's what we have here. Is there any questions on either of these two slides here so far? Okay. And so this is just another representation of the same one, but it really just kind of highlights the people versus the other. So just to kind of put that in perspective. So when we look at the multi-year projection, so with the budgeted revenue and expenditures, you will see in this chart here, we are budgeting to have a remaining overall ending fund balance of 6.09 million with a reserve for economic uncertainty of around 2 million. At this time, we're projecting the district to be able to meet its minimum, or its reserve requirement of 3% for this current fiscal year. And in the next 2 fiscal years, you will see revenue expected to decline in the corresponding 25-26, but rise up in the 26-27. This is predominantly due to those one-time funds. We received them this year. They will go away next year, so we're not going to receive them again. Now, obviously, there could be other grants that come in to replace that, but at this time, we don't have that information. On the other side of the coin, expenditures are currently expected to drop by about 2 million next year, with a slight increase to the 26-27 year. The main things to note that are representative of this multi-year projection, in the 25-26 on the revenue side, we do expect the LCFF revenue to increase, but per our P1 ADA estimates, we are expecting a dip in our ADA, just due to our enrollment and then the actual ADA that we've had so far. So that will lower our expected COLA, our adjustment. Even though the COLA is at 2.43% next year, we only expect our LCFF revenue to increase by 1.64% at this time. So that's all due to ADA. So essentially the ADA that we had this year is a higher number than we're expecting to see next year. This year we're basing it off the prior year. Next year it'll likely be the 3-year average, which is another way you can do it. It's basically whatever the highest is between the current year, the 3-year average, and the prior year. And so this year was the prior year. Next year I'm expecting it to be the 3-year average. And then the year after that would probably also be the 3-year average. We are expecting additional local revenue as the COP funds have been sitting in an investment account gaining interest, which we do expect to increase our local revenue in 25-26 and take a part of the COP payment expenditure and offset it a little bit. On the expenditure side, salaries will step, which means folks will move along the salary scale and see a 1% to 3% increase depending upon where they are on the scale. However, due to the reduction in force approved by the board, along with estimated attrition due to declining enrollment needs and savings from a retiree incentive that we had, we're estimating a significant decrease in our salary and benefits expenditures. And then we also are expecting savings when looking at the health and welfare self-insured piece, we're expecting that to decrease by about 1.1 million. A major new increase to 25-26 is an additional $800K contribution to the County Office of Education for special education related services and expenditures. And we'll get more into that too when we get to the county side, but essentially what we're anticipating is to fulfill what is needed on the county side, the district will need to help support it. And so that is where the $800K contribution is coming in from the district side to help support those services on the county side. Then lastly, there are a few restricted grants expected to run out that will decrease the district's overall expenditures as those programs run out and the expenditures go with them. The district is expecting to have savings in addition as we look at different operational efficiencies, when we look at transportation, utilities, software, and other resource allocation to help improve our long-term financial stability. And then when we look at the 26-27 year, similar to the 25-26 year, I don't expect the LCFF revenues to go up by as much as the COLA. The COLA right now is predicted to go up by 3.52% in the 26-27 year, but I don't expect our revenues to increase by 2.98%. Again, that's due to that ADA decline from year to year, or at least on what we will be funded at. Some other changes, local revenue will decline due to interest income from the COP going away, so that will not be there in the next year as we used up, ideally because we're spending down the funds toward construction. And we again estimated the employees to step to increase those expenditures, but also some attrition to kind of help offset that a little as well. So overall, in the 25-26, our fund balance will decline to 4.5 million, and our reserve for economic certainty will dip to 1 million. And then in 26-27, our fund balance will dip to 3.2 million, and our reserve for economic uncertainty will drop down to 209,000. Both will put us below the 3% threshold. And as a note, the one thing we know for sure is that second interim MYP, the numbers are the best that we have available at this time, but I do expect them to change as we continue to go forward and then get new information. But what is clear is there's still work to do to get us to the positive status as we continue to evaluate expenditures for the next fiscal year based on the needs. There's some potential good news on the horizon. I'll get to that in the later slides with additional revenues that may come in, but obviously we also can't bank on that either. So for now, I'll pause here and wait for any questions you have.
So despite the vote we had last month to reduce some positions, and despite our resignations, some of which we'll probably have to rehire or however that works, we are still very strongly in qualified status, need to do more severe, shall we say, cuts?
So I would say in large part, it was in a lot of respects the contribution that we have going to the county office that we were not anticipating needed to do prior, that now kind of throws us off a little bit more at this time.
And is that because of all of the outside contracting we're doing, or it's not that simple?
It's not exactly that simple, I would say, but it does play a part into it, yes.
Okay.
Because there are other costs too, such as NPS-related expenses that have increased this year, more so than we had first budgeted.
All
right. What happens if 26-27 comes around and these are somewhat close to our actual numbers and we only have a fraction of the reserve percentage that we're supposed to have? What is the repercussions for us?
Well, the state would take a serious look at us even if we dip below the 3%. So we would have someone come in to help us get right.
Oh, helpful. Okay.
We've lived this. So we're not there yet, right? So we got to be careful in balancing the seriousness of this with, we're still in a phase where this is fixable, right? We're not yet there. And like Robert said, multi-year projections we have to be very careful with. These are exactly what they are called. They are projections, and so much can change with school finance in a very short period of time, as we've learned. But yes, once you close a year below 3%, then the state has the authority to then send in a fiscal expert, which we've had before, to then provide guidance. And if they get even further along that path, they can name them a fiscal advisor, which actually then demotes the role of the board when it comes to school finance, and that individual then can overrule the board on decisions that are fiscal in nature. So again, I want to make sure I'm clear. That's not happening right now, okay? And there's a lot we can do to prevent us from getting there, but we also are required, when we do a multi-year projection, to project as things sit today, right? And so there's still a lot under our control over the next several months that we can do to improve this, but these are what the projections look like today, and we just have to, be more vigilant in fixing this challenge.
Is fixing our insurance situation going to help this, or has that already been factored into this projection?
So it has been factored in.
If we didn't, 25-26 would be completely upside down.
Yes.
So.
And there's still potential that the 1.1 that we have budgeted currently in overage could be less. Honestly, it could be more. But I believe that it's a better estimate at this time because we now have more information.
Okay. Okay.
So there's a lot of unknowns, which also makes this hard.
Yeah, that gives me anxiety. Okay. Any other questions? Comments?
I have a question. Master Money Guy here. With reserves and percentages and requirements and that nature, and mind you, I've only managed my budget, which exactly. It's laughable. But so what is the determination of the amount put into the reserve? Who determines that? Do we just like 1 year, last year we screwed up, we're just gonna put $20 in this time? Or we wanna be extra conservative, we're gonna put $25 in this time? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, and I can see where that's a little deceptive when you see a 4 million right above the 1 million and the 25, 26.
Sure.
Yeah, and a lot of the reason for that difference is the difference between the two is really restricted funds. And so those funds cannot really be used for the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. So like the CCSPP implementation grant will not be used for Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. What we have there is essentially our estimated unrestricted funds that can be set aside at this time for Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. If we wanted to, we could reserve for other things. Now, obviously, we need to meet our minimum, so we couldn't do it in this case. But if we wanted to set it aside for some big project or something like that, we could do so.
Several years ago, as an example, when we had excess reserves, the board passed a resolution to put $300,000 into deferred maintenance, which we used on roofing projects over the next year and a half.
So what you're saying is there's a pattern to, or not a pattern, there's a standard operating procedure to get you to this reserve percentage requirement projected out to 26, 27. Like you follow this chart and that's what it tells you to do, or I don't know if I'm making sense.
Well, yeah, so essentially it's based on all the assumptions that we have at this time. So
Because if you put here, you're gonna lose somewhere else too. I get that, correct?
Say that one more time.
So if you put in the reserve pot to make the reserve pot bigger, you could potentially lose in the other pot, whether it be tennis shoe savings or whatever.
So I wouldn't normally qualify or classify it like that, because I mean, this is basically what is left over after all of our expenses.
Everything, okay.
Yeah, and so at this time, that's what's left over. Now, we could, as we have a stockpile of reserves, hopefully in a year or two, that we could look at that and then make those kind of determinations. Hey, we want to set this aside for this project instead, and then that's something we could do. But at this time, this is what we have left, essentially.
So then I also wrote down in my little notes when I listened to you talk, I wrote over planning, ? Do we over plan?
Over plan.
Like over budget, like, because he said, granted, things change, of course, in education money.
I was referring more to what we call the out years. With 25-26 and 26-27, there are still a ton of unknowns. And so these are projections based on what we know today. With 24, 25, we're far along enough in the school year where those are getting closer and closer to what they actually will be when we end the year. Because like Robert said at the beginning, the 7 months of this has already been expended, right? These are money that's been spent, not budgeted. And then the budget is projected based on how we've spent our money over the first 7 months, where 25, 26, 26, 27, we haven't spent a dime yet. And so there's just a lot of movement that can happen and unknowns from the state that can change the outcome of those next 2 years that are on this slide.
Yeah, and we try to be conservative too, in the essence, we don't want to budget for revenue that we may see come down the road that we don't know is ever going to exist. And then there are expenditures, the way we're spending things, unless we have the fundamental plan in place, I don't want to put a reduction in spending unless we know we are going to do it.
The reason my brain is going so many places right now is because how my brain thinks and is I don't like doing something like we just did, cuts and everything, and then looking at something like, that didn't even do nothing, man. Like, what? Really? I don't know.
Yeah, and I'd say it would have been more impactful had it not been for, really, just to meet what we needed on the county side is really having a piece of this. And I think, it's imperative that we do those things just for the sheer fact we need to make sure the services are fulfilled for our students.
Sure.
And so I would say it more comes down to that than anything else, because in reality, if we had 800,000 more for the next 2 years in each of those budget years, it looks a lot better.
Well, and also if the board didn't take the action last time, this would look much
even
worse.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But I think, again, it's a, what is it? Half full, half empty looking at it, right?
Yeah.
It depends on who you are.
Yeah, that's fair.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean.
So the increased efficiencies, I'm curious as to what operational efficiencies you're pursuing in transportation.
Well, at this time, we are evaluating the different routes, how we're utilizing our expenditures. So we'll be looking in really to everything. How are we managing our contractors there? So I think there's some places to save, essentially.
Okay. He has more on the. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking we're at the other one where we just took a vote, so. So here's the general fund year-by-year comparison. You can see where we've been, and obviously it's kind of hard to read from this far away, so hopefully you're pulling it up there on your charts, but you'll see where we've been and where we believe we're going at this time based on the MYP. So obviously the trend is in the wrong direction at the moment. With regards to our reserve requirement, we had noted before, we are going to be able to meet our reserve requirement for this year at the 3%. One-time funds have been used to help maintain that. We talked about that really more so in the last time, but it's the COVID funds that we had still here that had some people in it, so that's helping keep us afloat for this year. And then we see the declining and stagnant enrollment and reduction in current year ADA that have really major impacts on our revenues in this year and the out years. And so as we look to the key headwinds, as we have there, the declining stagnant enrollment is definitely a piece. We've talked about that a number of times here, so I don't need to beat that horse. One-time funds have been expended. We've gone through that. The increased contribution to the COE, I can't stress how much that has an impact on what we've seen now in that MYP. And then the COP payment for the first time is hitting next year. So that those all have a contributing factor into what we're seeing. The strategic next steps, some of the highlight here that I like to look at is that potential new revenue on the horizon. In the governor's budget, he hinted at some new one-time funds that definitely can help us in the short term, kind of do as a stopgap as we continue to evaluate. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant is expected to see about $300 million come into that, which would put I estimated about 180,000 toward us. And then there is a new discretionary block grant that's been proposed, and if that one comes through, that could be another $830,000 toward us. So both of those could help roughly around $1 million on the positive side, but at this time, we don't have enough information to include that in any of this. There's also the, I'm going to say it wrong, the CYHBPI grant. I don't remember. CYHBI grant. So what that was predominantly is meant to do is really help with our medical services reimbursement dollars. So at this time, we have not had any yet come in, but there is potential for that to be a nice revenue generator that we would have on our county side to help support that, which would lessen our need to help support it. So that could be a good revenue boost on that side of things. Consolidation equals savings. I just wanted to keep that one up there. At this time, it doesn't affect our MYP, but in the future, it definitely could. By consolidating, we'll have less utilities. There'll be less staffing need potentially for certain things, less routes we'd need to run. So all those things could yield additional savings in that side. And then continued fiscal oversight. So continue to maintain those diligent reviews to see what expenditures and operational efficiencies we can have to cut out some unnecessary spending where we have redundancies potentially, software that might do the exact same thing for 2 different departments and combine those. So looking at those different initiatives, but also benchmarking against what other LEAs are doing in cost cutting right now. Everybody across the state is looking at how do I cut some funds right now and trim the budget. So that's what we'll definitely be analyzing to see what we can do a little bit better on that side of things. And then continued high levels of board engagement in fiscal matters going forward. And then so to close, the certification is determined by whether or not the district will meet its financial obligations in the current fiscal year and the following 2 years. At this time, we believe we can definitely make it in the current year, and the next 2 out years currently are still unknowns. And so because of that, I would recommend that we certify as qualified, and please ignore the typo on here that says first interim, it's second interim.
I also want to highlight that we did receive, it was too late to put into the board packet, but we'll have it for next time, our confirmation letter from CDE on first interim, where they concurred with the certification of qualified status, just to highlight the role of the state with having oversight. Once the board certifies, CDE is either concurs with your certification or they downgrade you. So they have the ability to downgrade a certification status based on their assessment. And so we self-certified as qualified first interim, and the state concurred with that status.
I just had a question. When you were looking here on the chart where it has the ACUSD ending fund balance and you've got all the green and the blue and all the things, this might be kind of an odd question, but do we think that we were ever really in like fantastic financial?
You can't ask that. I just wrote that question down. Go ahead.
Do you think that we were ever really in like great financial space, or do we just appear that way because of the insane amount of money that was thrown during COVID?
Well, I definitely believe that the influx of revenues did definitely, you can't spend it fast enough in some ways. So I think that does have an impact on the prior years. Could I say for certain? I cannot.
Sure, but
I think it had a major impact on that for sure. If you look at the bar on the chart, that's the highest, right?
Correct.
That's 22-23, right? And again, this is where, like James, going back to your question about reserves, right? If we could color code the actual dollars, many dollars can't be put in the reserves. If they're restricted in any nature, they can't go to your reserve balance for 3%. But there's still a reserve there, but not towards the 3%. So that's why I think this chart sometimes helps, is those are the dollars in green. They're real dollars, but those dollars can't be applied to your reserve total. Well, they threw a ton of COVID money at us, right? Faster than we could spend it all, and they were multi-year. And so you look at like 22-23, when it looked like we were sitting on nearly $10 million, and that was all money that then was getting spent down and spent down and spent down. So yeah, it definitely COVID, you know, at first it seemed like it was going to be a financial disaster, and then they threw a bunch of money at us for it. And so it kind of created this false positive where it appeared like financially we were in better shape than we actually were.
Right. I feel like we are kind of coming back down to
Reality.
what's more reality than what has been happening for the last few years. And so I just kind of feel like this might seem a little shocking, but I almost feel like it's actually kind of just where we left off before COVID came to some extent.
So
And then
I rode that roller coaster.
yeah.
That, looking at this thing, I rode that roller coaster up, and we were like, woo, yeah, we're hecka good. And then I wrote down, did COVID money and or the way we managed it give us a false sense of financial stability?
Well, here's the problem. The rule of thumb pre-COVID was if you get one-time money, don't spend it on people.
Correct.
And then the COVID money came in and they said, spend it on people. You're required. There were percentages of the money that had to be spent.
So then, like, technically, hecka other districts should have these whoop-de-woos like we're doing.
Trends.
Just depends on the district. We're seeing a lot across the state that are struggling and others that are doing fine. So it just, there's a lot of variety as well with 1,100 districts in the state.
I did have one.
But we're not alone in struggles right now.
Right.
I'll be clear on that.
I mean, has this been kind of, I mean, I'm fairly new to the funding of school districts. When we talk about like strategic next steps and it says governor's budget hinted at new one-time funding, is this just kind of how school district funding is? It's like, oh, we're just going to dangle a carrot. Maybe a few years later we'll have some money. Is this kind of how this always goes? Like maybe we'll have enough money, maybe we won't if you don't live in a basic aid district?
A little, to some extent, yeah. I mean, you have Prop 98, which gives you basic protections from, you know, it was intended to be a floor and it's operated mostly as a ceiling to school funding. But one of the challenges that we've identified now is the local control funding formula has been around now for 13 years-ish. And so now you have a state legislature where almost nobody in state government was involved with local control funding formula. And that's where we're seeing all these grants come back and everything else, and then exacerbated by COVID on top of that. And so it is a little bit more challenging to see, well, what is the direction we're going? Is this going to be more of the norm where in January the governor says, well, we want to put more in education as a discretionary block grant, but it's just like right now just a proposal, so you can't budget for that. And will it actually end up in the enacted budget? And so it really boils down to getting ourselves in a position where we're the right size, where LCFF, the actual base funding, is for the most part pretty predictable, okay? And getting our core spending inside of that so that we're not, we don't fall prisoner to the fluctuations in some of these other funds that might come, might not come, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Can I ask another question that just popped into my head for the sake of the C word? Consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
If we were consolidated in a manner in which was presented, would this look different?
So right now, given, I think this goes back to the November board meeting, when I discussed where we were at with consolidation and how long it has taken to complete the environmental impact report. The original consolidation approval date was for the fall of 26. And I had said at that meeting, I believe it was the November meeting, that the earliest we could pull off consolidation at this point is the fall of 27. But I also was very clear that we weren't putting a timeline on it yet until we have more information. So to your question, the multi-year projection ends at the 26-27 school year. And right now, the earliest we consolidate would be the 27-28 school year. So there are no savings from consolidation built into the current multi-year projection.
Correct.
Because consolidation is too much of an unknown at this point.
But would this, I mean, let's project, like, I mean, because all these are projections, like, let's pretend, would these numbers look different if we were a consolidated?
I believe they would, yeah, absolutely.
Really? because of many different things?
Yeah, I mean, the fewer sites we have, everything, I mean, just factor in the multitude of factors of being more efficient with our funding, then spending would be able to go down in the, in the long term, no doubt.
So you have mentioned here that the estimated 1.5 million savings from consolidation, and you mentioned specifically staffing, and we've already seen that people are 72% of our budget, give or take. And as already stated, we voted to cut some positions, many of them vacant, and we've also had several people resign this time, and we also have declining enrollment. So is there any projections or anticipation yet on how many positions we will not need to fill because of declining enrollment, or that's way too early to make those calls?
At this time, I'd say it's way too early to make that decision until we have all the projections lined up with enrollment.
Right.
We're still enrolling kindergartners and transitional kindergartners right now.
Woo.
Okay. Did you have anything else on this, Mr. Norton? Okay. So if that's the case, then we would need to have a motion to certify the budget.
One last question. Are we certain that we can still call ourselves qualified with numbers that low and it's not yet negative?
So negative, to be clear, is the multi-year projection looks at 3 years, current year plus 2. Negative looks at current year and next year. So you're saying that actually says we will be completely out of money.
Okay.
With either this year or the next year. Okay. So we don't believe we fit the description of negative.
Then with that understanding, thank you for that. I vote to approve the motion to qualify as qualified for the second interim budget certification.
With the motion on the table, can I ask one more question? Even if we vote, let's say it's approved, worst thing that happens is they just change it, right?
Well, yeah, again, they either concur or downgrade.
Right, okay, so, okay. Second, sorry.
Okay. And then the roll call vote. Molly?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we already did item number 4, so we're gonna move on to, we don't have any discussion items today, so that brings us to our reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, thank you. This is a little bit of a crossover with county and district. One of the roles I'm quickly learning I'm involved in my new position this year is with our California County Superintendents Association, and they put together their first fully organized, what they referred to as the Educational Leadership Summit. And so I spent the first 2 days of this week on Monday and Tuesday meeting with, I believe we had upwards of 40 of the 58 county superintendents were in attendance, meeting with state legislatures, lawmakers. And so Monday was spent in downtown Sacramento at the California County Superintendent's offices, and we had some individuals brought in. Assemblymember Marsucci came, who's always been a big proponent for education. Our State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman, came and met with us. And then we, as a group, met and strategized. The staff put together, for California County Superintendents, put a schedule together for Tuesday that is pages long of all of the different appointments that they made with key individuals in our state government. And so then they split us up into groups of 3 or 4 superintendents, and the groups were fluid. You didn't stay with the same 3 or 4 all day, and we had 3 or 4 different appointments with either the actual elected official or their chief of staff. And so I was able to be part of meetings with Senator Jerry McNerney, Assemblymember Heath Flora, and actually met in person with Senator Roger Nilo. And it was a great opportunity for us to advocate for education with lawmakers who are voting on things. And so we try to be very organized in all this. And so a couple of the bills that we supported had to do with, one having to do with substitute teaching permits. Right now, a substitute teacher is only allowed to be in a classroom for 30 days. If it's a special education classroom, it's 20. When we see teachers out on maternity or paternity leave, if we have a vacancy, if we have other health issues, 30 days can get churned up pretty quickly. And so this bill extends it to 60 days for both, whether it be general education or special education. And then we spent a lot of time advocating for the budget. So I went into this thinking that I was, I'm a rookie county superintendent, so I thought I'm going to do a lot of sitting and listening. And then every group I was in, they were like, "Oh, you were a CBO. Why don't you talk to them about the budget?" So I did a lot of talking in these meetings that I didn't anticipate ahead of time, but it was great. And so we spent a lot of time advocating for the budget. A couple of highlights on what we're advocating for from the governor's proposal, the TK add-on doubling so that we change the adult to student ratio from 12 to 1 down to 10 to 1. We're completely supportive of. We want that ratio to be better because we know for a lot of 4-year-olds it's a lot to wrangle, right? And every time I'm in a TK classroom, I just am appreciative of those teachers, and as a former high school teacher, fully aware that I could not do that job well. I could try it, but I don't think I'd do it very well. And so changing that ratio to 10 to 1 is great, but obviously that costs more money. And so the governor acknowledged that by putting more money in the budget towards transitional kindergarten students. So that was one of the things we advocated for. The discretionary block grant, while we wish it was in our base funding and give that opinion, we also say, well, at the very least, make that happen, because districts still coming out of COVID and everything going on, having that discretionary block grant money is key. And then also pushing hard for there not to be any deferrals. This goes way back to the Great Recession. There was some maneuvering done at the time where not only did they cut the state budget, they deferred the money to future years, and it started to turn into a cash nightmare for districts where the budget might say you're getting 50 million, but they only sent you 40. And so you can budget for the 50, but make sure you have extra cash on hand when it actually gets spent. And so pushing hard to make sure that, given the uncertainties in the state budget, especially when the governor's proposal came out, I think either a week or 2 weeks before the LA fires. So in his defense, like he didn't know that was about to happen in his proposal. And so then there's some nervousness around, well, are things like the discretionary block grant and some of these other extra money is going to go away to then account for the costs needed to cover those devastating wildfires, which we get. There's got to be money put there, but we don't think it should come out of the education budget to make that happen. And so I felt like it was a really worthwhile endeavor. The plan is to continue to do this on a yearly basis. The Capitol's being renovated, so we only spent a little time in the basement of the Capitol. Most of the time they're in the swing space, which is just down the block, and all these different offices. And so like I said, it was, there were tons of meetings going on. I was involved in a handful of them, and just appreciative of California County Superintendents in the organization they're working hard to be strong advocates in Sacramento for education, and in particular education funding. So I just wanted to provide that update.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Molly?
Yes, good evening, everyone. So it's been a pretty quiet couple of weeks at Argonaut, at least for ASB. We've just been preparing where CASP testing is the week after, not the week after break, but the following week. And so we just prepare a couple activities during that week. We have like a fun day on that Friday when it's all over with food trucks and stuff. So we've just been working on that. As for sports, our boys basketball team, qualified for the section championship. So although they didn't win, we had a Raiders bus. We had about 60 students ride that out to Golden One Stadium, and we had a student section, the band came, and the cheerleaders. So that was a really fun thing for our school. Although they didn't win, they still qualified for the state tournament, so they're still playing home games. So we're really excited for them. And then continuing on spring sports, a new sport has been added to Argonaut, and it's called Stunt. It's a sport that basically derives from cheer, and it competes against other teams in skill-based routines. And then the spring sports have kicked off their seasons. Tennis had their first league match, and then softball, baseball, track, and golf are still continuing their preseasons. Just something fun I wanted to add that's going on campus is we're doing another escape room. So we kind of had a trial run at the beginning of the year with one, and the way our campus is, the library is like in the middle, and there's around 5 or 6 like adjoining classrooms. So how we're doing it is around 5 or 6 teams compete in the classrooms, and then whoever gets into the library first wins. So that's just something fun that we've been doing on campus. It's a little bit of a fundraiser for ASB, and that's just been a fun way to get students involved during kind of a off season for ASB activities. And other than that, not a lot going on. Everyone's just pretty much excited for spring break.
Okay, awesome. Peter?
Thank you. I had the absolute privilege, grateful that I got to visit a couple of sites these past few weeks. It was, to me, a priceless opportunity because I'd never been to Pioneer or Pine Grove. And although we do have some new leaders, for example, at Pioneer taking your former spot, the feeling, the tone, the spirit, I don't know what is the best word to describe it, but I think there's definitely some Amador gold going on at those elementary schools. And I was deeply impressed as a career educator at how well our teachers, whether it's our temporary staff who were filling in, we got to see a little bit of instruction by Susan Ross at Sutter Creek, or brand new people who are being praised by their admin as priceless additions, some of who grew up here in Amador County and wanted to come back home, or just every facet of it, getting to see, classroom management, getting to see how students are working independently using different strategies, different instructional methods, different classroom organizations. It was truly a grand opportunity to see a lot of good happening. And so that, it's just, joyful to the soul to see that there. And certainly we were welcomed and appreciated, and the students were willing to interact and answer questions, and all had ready answers on what they were doing or why they were doing or how they were learning, and impressed at how well people cheerfully adapt to make things work. I thought it was rather bold that our principal at Sutter Creek Elementary School felt the need to move her entire library, and her staff did it, however long ago that was. So I just hope that they can keep happening. I think the board visits are good and provide perspective. And I think kids want to be seen, It's good to have that contact with the community. So grateful.
Thank you. Ken?
I have no remarks.
Shane?
I too was able to do a site visit, and again, I'm always happy to see the students interact with teachers, and what I'm hoping to do, I hope we can somehow expand on the site visits and provide chances to have more interaction with the teachers and to get more feedback, because I think that would be useful as far as getting a better perspective of the people that are actually, as everyone says, boots on the ground. I would like to get more of their insight. So that's what I'm looking for. And I am looking forward to round 3 site visits later on. Thank you.
Thank you. James?
I don't have a report tonight. Thank you.
I also got to do a couple of site visits. I went to Jackson Elementary and I went to Jackson Junior High. Both of them were good visits, insightful, saw some good things, saw some things that could use improvement on facilities wise and whatnot. But I did want to give a shout out to Jackson Junior High. It's been questionable as somebody who taught at Jackson Junior High, the prospect of not having a vice principal. I was really concerned. But I think that team over there is doing a really great job, given the circumstance and what they're doing. And so I do want to commend them for that. I feel like it was calmer than I've seen it in a long time, which is really quite a feat, to be completely frank. So I do want to give some major kudos to what's going on over there. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, and this is, a work in progress, but some of my concerns were a little bit quelled by just going and visiting. So, like I said, there's work to be done, but I was impressed by the high functioning that is actually happening over there and some of the turnarounds that have been happening. So, with that said, our next meeting is going to be on Wednesday, March 26th here. Open session starts at 6:30 and we are adjourned. Okay, we don't have any presentations or recognitions listed, and I don't see Miss Angie Lucas here. She was here earlier, and I don't see Miss Matheson either. So we will move on to public comments on non-agenda items. Is this a non-agenda item? Okay, so we do have one speaker, so I'll go ahead and read the quick summary. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Okay, Ms. Bonnie Gill, come on up.
Good evening, board and cabinet members and our interim superintendent. I would like to speak with you this evening about an issue that has been in my problem since assignments were made for staffing. This is the severe and chronic issue of being short-staffed. Today is the 123rd day of school. That is the same number of days that I have not had adequate staffing. Let me repeat that, 123 days of school. Let me tell you about my classroom. I'm an adult transition teacher located at Shenandoah Valley School. I have 13 students. 8 of my students are visually impaired. 3 of my students use wheelchairs. 2 of my students have severe needs that they require intensive one-on-one services. 1 of my students require a medical procedure every 2 hours, and 2 of my students require toileting every 2 hours. And lastly, I have 2 students with severe medical plans which require constant monitoring, 1 of which it requires a bus aid to and from school. Next, it is my job also to provide to ensure that they have involvement in community vocational work experiences. This is a part of their IEP and it is legally required. This year, being short-staffed, I could not send my students out into their work experience programs until November, which typically occurs in September. In my efforts to provide my students the time needed for work, I've been so short-staffed that I've had to call on our DIS providers, our designated service providers, who have come over to pitch in the dire need for help. There have been a number of days where I was alone with my students without support for a couple hours. During this time, I have not had one aide assigned from our frontline staffing system. I've spoken with a couple substitute aides so far who've worked in the county. They have shared with me that they do not see the absences in my frontline, from my classroom on frontline. In October, I had a van driver request to transfer to my classroom as an aide because he knew of the dire need for help. Finally, February 19, I had one aide staffed by A+ staffing come to work in my classroom. I also had one that only lasted a day. There are other salient details which I don't have time to relate, such as the revolving door of my staff who have been out on long-term injury and recovery. To date, I am still short one classroom staff. I've had 2 grievances dismissed by the district. Part of this was due to my unfamiliarity with my union contract. My allegation of being not staffed appropriately was dismissed because of semantics. I was assigned 4 staff, and I also had 2 additional aides assigned as one-on-one. I just didn't have the substitute staff provided by the school district. So my question for you is this. Is this the Amador Gold Standard? And is this the type of staffing in the best interest of our most fragile students with severe, significant needs? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 10, the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on consent? No? Okay, then we'll look for a motion to approve consent.
Motion to approve item 10, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and then the roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we don't have any communications, so we'll move on to our action items. Number 1 is our second interim budget with revisions with Mr. Norton.
Perfect, thank you, Board. This is a companion item to the USD. You'll see that the county, though, has its own unique set of revisions here going on. On the revenue side, the LCFF revenue is a little less volatile as we see on the district side. This is mainly due to the fact that it's held harmless, so it doesn't really, we are hitting the minimum on the LCFF revenues with our ADA on that side being so small. So for that, we don't really have too much in terms of fluctuation. There were some minor prior year adjustments, but it wasn't anything of that significance. The federal revenue saw minor adjustments as well. Again, this was due to the finalizing of some funding. The state revenues declined by 224. Majority of this was actually a reduction due to a decline in our AB 602 funding by 260K. This is a state-funded allocation targeted specifically at special education. It is affected by our ADA, our COLA, and a few other things that resulted in the decline. We were informed that we did not receive the equity multiplier as well, so that reduced it by another 50K. There was a revenue reclassification on the county side as well for the K-12 collab grant of 100K, so you'll see the flip-flop between county or from the state and local revenue. And then there was the special education preschool grant, which came from the USD side, which helped increase the state funding there. Our local revenues increased by $300,000. Mainly, this was tied to the medical reimbursements increasing by, or the Medi-Cal dollars increasing by $300,000 over projected, and an increased contribution from the USD of $167K as well. The reclassification of the state aid had a reduction effect on the local revenue. So the net result of these additions to subtraction is the $63,000 we see there. And so that's what we're looking for on the revenue side. Any questions on this? Yep.
So you said the equity multiplier was eliminated across the board, or just for, did we not qualify for?
We did not qualify at this time. Yeah, we had qualified the prior year. We had assumed we would qualify again this year. It ended up we did not.
Well, what disqualified us?
That's a great question. I don't have as much background on.
We need to look into that and get back to you. I'm actually not.
Yeah, I think actually we were a little.
That right now.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I know last year we actually were a little surprised to receive the grant. So they actually kind of threw us, but we did not get it this year. So we'll get back to you with that one.
So real quickly, so we were counting on that 50K and then it disappeared. So when we go back to earlier, Jared was talking about the grant that we applied for I think, TK 4-year-olds, and that we were so far on the list by the time it got to us, we were out of money. Had we budgeted for that grant money at all, or were we just, where were we at with that? How does that work?
With this in particular one?
No,
Okay.
just in general, like, we thought we were gonna get this grant, and then we didn't, so we had to take it off. On this, do we usually assume we're gonna get full value for every grant, and then sometimes they just disappear?
So sometimes, but this one too is because of, we don't find out about that one until now at this time of the year, and this we're already how far into the year. So it's one of those where there are times where we assume because we had it last year that we were going to get it again. And so we'll do that sometimes, and usually it's more of a factor of the funding result changed, and usually it changes by only a little bit. That entire grant was $50,000, and actually we hadn't budgeted the expenditures yet, so we weren't sure we were going to get it, so we hadn't quite locked down how we were going to spend it. So in this particular case.
This is not a grant that you apply to either.
No,
This was built into last year's state budget and then carried over into this year's state budget. The main qualifier was that the organization had 70% of its students identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged. So on the county office side, we do not have very many students that we report as County Office of Education students. And because that group of students is so small, a movement of 1 or 2 kids could swing us from being over 70% to under 70%, and that's what happened.
Have we ever done what he's asking, where we've budgeted and then, oh, just kidding, now we gotta, does that make sense?
I would say no. I can't say that 100% because I've been here forever, but as a general rule, we don't budget for it unless we know we're getting it.
Okay. What would happen if we did?
We'd have to find other funding for it, because at that point, we were likely already spending it, if that were the case, and so we'd have to find something else to spend it.
And that hasn't happened thus far?
Nothing that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Okay.
On the expenses side, our salaries and benefits have overall seen a decline, and this is a similar reasons for, as we see on the district side. This one was due to positional vacancies through the first 8 months, along with positions that we are not expecting to fill. Books and supplies saw a minor decrease. Our services, on the other hand, obviously are the big ones here, where we see almost an $800K increase. This was due in large part to we are spending more than we anticipated on our speech contractors by about $420K. Our NPS expenditures have doubled since the prior year, so an additional $350K there, and then some other services with occupational therapy, and then we did some other contractors as well. There is a decrease there that does help offset it a little. This is again that health and welfare where we did do a readjustment on our expectations, so it did decrease it by $54K. So that's what we have on the services side. Capital outlay increased by $12K. This was actually for a vision screener that was paid through Medi-Cal dollars. So overall, we see that this leads to increasing expenditures on the county side of $555K for second interim.
How do we underestimate speech contractors by 420K?
At this time, I'd have to say that we just thought they would cost less. We were projecting it a lot on last year's spend, and this year they must cost enough more, I guess.
I would also just add to that I think we anticipated last year and also in previous years of having contracts that then were unfulfilled. So we are also this year utilizing new contracting partners in which I will offer more of our students are actually accessing services In addition, we have made available that we are providing compensatory education opportunities, so making up for services that we did not provide in previous years. So I would just offer those two pieces I think are really impacting it. At the same time, it is a competitive market, and so the hourly cost rate for these services, and especially right now for the individuals that are serving our students with the greatest needs in our extensive support needs program, I would offer is more than what I had anticipated and I think had budgeted based on prior year contracts.
So we don't have a contract at the beginning of the year for what their services are going to cost? That can fluctuate throughout the year?
No, we do. So we establish contracts at the beginning of each year with an entity. But so, for example, at the beginning of this year, we had contracts with a variety, like let's say 8. Forgive me because I don't have the exact number, but let's say 8 different contractors that we anticipated to be serving our school sites. Already we have had to separate relationships just because of changeover in their staffing, that they have notified us they're no longer being able to fulfill that contract. So then we've reached out and found new partners, right, throughout the year. So we still establish a contract with them at the beginning of the partnership, and it goes till June 30th. So each year we do this, and that's a major function of my role for special education. But as an example, the entities that we're going to be serving our ESN populations at the beginning of this year, there were 3 sites that then that had to be revisited, researched, and new relationships. We just had a new provider that was introduced to families about a month ago. That's been very consistent. We're really pleased with, but that's the new contract that I'm referencing, the rate. So, yes.
So it's safe to say that if allotted dollars for a service are not used, that does not mean that a student does not receive their services. It just means that there wasn't a student that needed it. Does that make sense? No? It didn't. Students aren't missing services, correct?
Right now, you mean, or?
Well, his question was to the $420,000 for speech services. You had said that it wasn't used the year prior. That's the reason for it, correct?
No, please let me try again then. What I am intended to say is that we have always been utilizing contractors, Amador, even before I came here, right? But the amount of service or providers that they had been able to actually, deliver services to students has fluctuated. And let me give you an example. So last school year, the majority of our contractors and especially in the area of speech, were providing a virtual service to our students. Literally the only individuals, speech and language, we had 2 speech and language pathologists that were on staff, and we had 1 contractor that was giving us some in-person time. So for sites that had been assigned a virtual provider, it's evaluated that maybe, Patty, she can't access it. And so then she would not be receiving services, and we're accruing compensatory ed time. So that across the district from a whole district level, that adds up over time. And there were a number of students, and we acknowledged that to families in letters last spring that said, your child was not afforded all of the services that were allotted in their IEPs, and here are some in-person provider options over the summer for them to access services. This school year, on the other side of the coin, we did a lot of research over the summer in establishing new partnerships, and there is more in-person providers. So just as that example in and of itself, there are more students that are getting the type of service that then they're able to access it, because now if students can't access it virtually, they have a partner, but otherwise then they're, in most of our sites right now, there is an in-person provider option.
Okay, thank you. It sounded to me at first, either students weren't using that service or students were missing out on that service. That's why there was a bucket of money.
Well, I'm just highlighting it's not the only reason, but I do think that that has attributed to the increase in costs, is that we are diligently seeking and serving students in the area of speech, whereas in comparison to just last year, there was still the offer of a virtual service, but if students couldn't access it, there was not an alternative option. And so then that meant that the student went without receiving the service.
Okay.
I believe on our site visit, Dr. Hedegaard, you also demonstrated or explained how, whether it be through Child Find or our expanding preschool, et cetera, that speech is typically the number one, as far as quantity, need that our youngsters have. And so that's another reason I think that validates the increased expense, especially if we are living up to our standard and diligently making these services happen.
That is definitely true of our infant through elementary school age group, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Norton.
Okay, and then in summary, we have that the deficit at this time is expected to increase to the roughly expected to increase by $492,000 for the year. As will be highlighted further in the presentation for the second interim certification in the next item, this will still allow the district to meet its minimum reserve requirement for the fiscal year. And at this time, we recommend that the board approve the presented budget revisions for second interim, and I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, does anybody have any follow-up questions or comments?
I just, again, appreciate this format and the transparency and the clarity. It's never fun to get bad news, but I'd much rather have it like this and be able to clearly understand what's going on. The formatting and the bullet points following the tables are solid. And I love that we are being transparent with the public.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, then we would need a motion for this item.
I motion to approve item 12.1, second interim budget revisions.
So.
Okay. The roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. And that will bring us to item 12.2, the second interim budget certification.
Perfect. Thank you, Des. Oh, good. Okay, so with the second interim for the County Office of Education, the same budget monitoring, accountability, and assistance. I'll try to pass through anything that's very similar as we go through from the district side here. For the revenue components, it is a little bit different how the county side is made up as opposed to the district. You'll see that the actual largest source of income is from the other state revenue. This is that AB 602 funding we had discussed before, whereas the LCFF is the second largest here. The other revenue is third here at 21%. This can range from interest. What we have on this side is Medi-Cal reimbursement has taken a much larger hold the last couple of years. There are some other larger grants on this side of the house. We have the Cal Hope grant that comes in, that's a local grant, as well as the CYBHI grant, which is that medical reimbursement one that we're hoping to get some additional revenue from in the future. So this also may include some contributions from the USD, which we'll see when we look at the multi-year projection. The last is federal funding, which is sitting at 12% of the county's revenues. And this is significantly larger percent than we see at the district side. This has got Title I, other title funds, as well as IDA or special education specific funding from the federal government there. Overall, the COE is expecting 11.5 million in revenues for 24-25. On the expenditures side, as we noted on the district side, people usually represent 80% of the pie. In this case, it's significantly less, only taking into account 59%, and that has to do with those vacancies and the distortion that we've seen from the services side with the need for the contractors to fulfill the services. So that's what you'll see here. And the total on the county side we're looking at is about $13.6 million in expenditures this year. So in looking at the multi-year projection, with the budgeted revenue and expenditures, you will see the chart here. We are budgeting to have a remaining overall ending fund balance for this fiscal year of $1.27 million, with a reserve for economic uncertainties of $581,000. At this time, we're projecting the County Office of Education to be able to meet its reserve requirement of the 4% for the current fiscal year. And the next 2 fiscal years, we do see the revenue continue to grow and expenses expected to decline in 25-26 and then slightly rise in 26-27 at continued outlook for that as we continue to look to deficit spend in the out years at this point in time. The main things to note within this MYP that are built into it, on the revenue side, COE is held harmless for the ADA that we see that on the district side having impact, so that one is going to continue to grow consistently with the COLA. But as noted in the district presentation, we are expecting an additional support from the district side. So you'll notice that the revenue does increase almost by $1 million, and the $800,000 of that is that contribution. Salaries on the expense side will step, and there will be some salary savings that we expect to see from the reductions in force that actually happen on the district side, but some of those were district and county funded, so there is a slight decrease there as well. There is some savings with regards to services. When we look at the health and welfare, as we talked about before, this one will account for about $130,000. And then lastly, there are a few restricted grants that are expected to run out in this time that decrease the COE overall expenditures as those programs continue to run out. In 26-27, again, it's pretty consistent with the revenue side, slight increase due to LCFF growth. And then we do see some employees stepping and some slight attrition, but overall, we do expect expenditures to increase just slightly. So as noted before, in 25-26, our fund balance is expected to decline. It'll be to $912,000 for our reserve for economic uncertainty. Will dip to $469,000. And in 26-27, the fund balance will dip to $697,000. And our reserve for economic uncertainties will be down to $291,000. So both of those will put us below the 4% threshold. And in 24-25, the district was relying a lot on one-time funds to help support, which is impacting the 25-26 years that we see out there. So before I move on, are there any questions on the MYP? I know I spoke kind of fast, so I apologize.
Any other questions? Okay, really quickly, we are about to hit our time mark, so we would need a motion to extend the time probably by 10 minutes.
I motion that we extend the time by 15 minutes for the meeting.
Sure, that's fine.
Second.
Okay, and the roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Yes. Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay.
And then as we continue, we see a similar chart that we saw from the district side. Obviously, you see the same kind of trend that we had there. We had the 1 year that had the significant reserves, but that was all restricted, and we are planning to spend that down significantly this year. The reserve requirement, again, we're looking to hit that this year, and the out years are a little bit more in question. And then looking ahead, we do see the rising special education expenses, so vacant service positions continue to necessitate the more expensive contractors to fulfill the needs of our students. The non-public schools expenses have more than doubled this year from the prior year. And then expenses are escalating without sufficient state and federal funding promised through IDA and other initiatives. So that was something that we'd kind of commented on before, where we see a lot of this, and if we had additional funding to help support it, that would definitely help in the situation. The one-time funds do expire that we're utilizing. We are utilizing Medi-Cal dollars in this case to help support, and those will return to normal levels we anticipate in the out years. And so due to that, we are anticipating the need for the USD support. The strategic next steps, we already talked about the potential new revenues on the horizon that could be used to help offset some of this. And then the optimize special education services as much as we can, look at what other districts are doing to try and tap into some of those strategies and leverage that as best as possible. And then continued fiscal oversight overall with maintaining diligent review of any expenditures that we have, and then continued high level of engagement from the board overall. And then as it stands right now, with the current outlook for our reserve requirement this year and the 2 out years, we are recommending that the board certify us as qualified, and then I'm available for any questions that you have at this time.
Any additional, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Again, the typo, this is the second interim, not
It's the second, and thank you, yes.
Any further questions before?
Is it safe to say, and I know there was that 800,000 transfer, but is it safe to say that we're at least closer to meeting our reserve requirement on the county side than we are on the district side?
Here, let me speak to this, because this going back to my early years as CBO, there's such an interdependency between the two budgets that I actually, 7 years ago, asked the state for an opinion. Can one of our two organizations go under and the other not? And the response was no. They either both go under or they both stay afloat. Now, that was like for the worst, like literally running out of cash, right? When I'm talking state takeover, that was the question I asked. So when it comes to qualified and negative, they've pretty much taken that same approach with us. Like if you're qualified in one, you're qualified in the other. Because of the way we're structured, right? And Robert already hit on this, but I just want to emphasize, like, special ed is not the problem. Special ed funding is the problem, right? Sadie has highlighted that really well over the last several months of how underfunded special education programs are. So on the surface, it can look like, oh, special education is a problem. That is no way near the problem. And so I just want to emphasize that, and I can't emphasize that enough. And so what happens, though, is because of the way we run our programs, the district is sending money to the county to support special education. Here's the challenge, though. All those kids are district kids. We choose to employ the people in these programs on the county office side, and there's a reason for that structure, but they're serving district students. And so we couldn't just say, oh, well, the county's overspending, so we're not going to send that money. And then the county goes upside down and the district stays afloat. And so I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I
think you are. I'm not trying to question anybody's motives or anything.
No, I don't think you are either. I just
think
it's good to bring up.
that from the very simple, non-math person, we're closer to the 4% than on the district side where our numbers are very small in the final out year thing. I'm not disputing anything you're saying.
No, I wanted to get that out there, and I thought your question was a good opportunity to do that. It's also just the fact that it's a lower dollar amount on the county side to even get to the 4% because it's a much smaller budget.
Correct.
As well, so.
Well, and if the district doesn't send that 800,000, it's significantly in the negative.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Are we ready for motion, or do we have other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, then we would be ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve action item 12.2, second interim budget certification.
Second. Second.
As qualified? Is that what we're certifying as?
Certifying as qualified?
It just says second interim budget certification.
Certified as, we have to have the qualification, though.
What's that?
The motion has to include the certification, how we're certifying.
Oh, certified as qualified.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, let's have the roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, board.
Okay. We're going to move on to item 13, notice of intent to employ a teacher on a provisional internship permit with Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. What's before you is an opportunity here for us to be able to bring in a teacher into our moderate severe classroom over at Plymouth Elementary School. This teacher was in the process of completing the pre-intern requirements for this school year. This would be a request to place her on a provisional internship permit or a PIP from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. It is a hard-to-fill position that we have advertised, and this provides the best opportunity for us to be able to have someone who can do a good job in the classroom. I recommend approval.
Any questions on this item? No? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I move to approve item 13, notice of intent to employ teacher on a provisional internship permit.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes. James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, so we do not have any discussion items. We do have one information only item, and then we can move on to reports. Any additional reports, Mr. Critchfield?
No, I kind of did a combination county district report.
Okay. We'll go down the line. Anybody with any additional reports tonight?
No.
Okay, no?
No.
Okay, I don't have any additional reports either. Our next meeting is also scheduled for March 26th here, and with that, we are adjourned.